Do all your accounting all year, and then here's your final tips. You're just presenting. That's the hard part.
Recording the monographs.
Right.
Thanks so much. Okay, I've seen it's not here. Okay. Did you share it? There you go. Thank you. Sorry, I reversed your. Host the symbol. Okay. Oh, there.
This is smart.
I forgot to make you co-host. You should be good now. Okay, we're good. Sure. Not seeing it, so that's nice. There you go. That's the stuff. Now
Great, it's a little after 4. And we'll call the meeting, the work session of the Frisco Town Council for June 25th. Order, and with that, we'll have our first presentation by Dylan, and it's our audit presentation for the year of
2023. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, as well as having me. Our finance director, Leslie Edwards, is actually in Montrose today. She's presenting at DOLA about 602 Arena. And hopes to get some grant funding for that. But she sends her love. I'm here today to discuss our 2023 annual comprehensive financial report. I'd like to thank Michael Jenkins, our senior auditor and partner at McMahon and Associates, as well as his team for conducting our yearly audit in March of this year. We lean on our auditors pretty heavily throughout the year, asking them any questions, and they keep us up to date on any new regulations or changes in how financial statements need to be presented. They really help us out a lot, and I can't thank them enough. The annual audit and financial statements are required by town charter to happen every year. We also submit our financials to the GFOA for a yearly award in outstanding excellence in financial reporting. I'm happy to say we've received that award since 2008. So we're trying to keep it going as long as we can. It's a really big effort for both our finance staff as well as our auditors to have them come in for a week to review our financial statements before we publish our certified report. Our auditors really work for town council. They review what we're doing, and they provide you guys with a professional opinion on the state of the town each year. Our financial statements are first reported on government-wide financials. That's kind of a big picture of the entire town that includes our enterprise funds as well as all of our governmental funds. They start with government-wide financial statements. That's the big overview. And then individual fund financial statements accompany them afterwards. I've given you guys a few select pages out of our certified annual report that I'd like to go over and review with you today. And first one, we'll just jump right into is our government-wide financial statements. Page C1. This is the statement of net position. The statement of net position is a broad overview of the town's financials as of 12/31/2023. It's much like the balance sheet of the private sector. It's just worded differently because we're government. This statement shows the town's assets netted with the town's liabilities to give us a net position for the entire town. In 2023, the town ended the year with assets exceeding liabilities by $109 million. You can see that at the bottom right-hand corner of that page. These are quantified into different categories. $60.59 million is net investment capital assets. Those are capital assets. It is not liquid. Those are our buildings, our equipment, all that. Then we have roughly $13.2 million restricted. $10.27 million of that is for housing. $1.62 million is for economic development. The state requires a paper reserve. That's $1.2 million, and that can only be used in extreme circumstances. If we have a flood, tornadoes, that the town really needs to dip into money that we need. The rest of that is tied up in various other purposes, and then we have $35.3 million in unrestricted balance, and that is pretty much for all of our ongoing operation in the next year. Taking out our liabilities, you can see that we have $127 million in assets up at the top of that page. 37.25 million is in cash and investments. $75 million is in capital assets, and roughly $15 million in receivables and inventory. Yes, sir.
Just, I'm curious, Dylan, because I haven't looked at them year over year. But with our physical properties, did we see like a 40% increase in that valuation into here as folks did with their property tax value?
Well,
I'm gonna go with no, but I'm just curious.
We increased roughly $7 million net to the town. A lot of that was capital assets, but they aren't valued by the assessor. We already pay taxes. So there's no one telling us how much all of our stuff is worth. We buy it and then we depreciate it over time. And the value is kind of what the cost value is. So.
Cool. And then one last one on 35 million. I thought you had mentioned this on the unrestricted. Is that our operating budget?
That is, but a lot of that operating budget is tied up into other things that we will get into further along in this presentation.
Thanks.
Rick, I think I asked that exact same question last year.
Oh.
About property values. What I was told, if I remember that right, is that the asset value is what we paid for it and it doesn't change. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
But it also creates accounting for it. But it creates an opportunity probably to do a different study. This is the conversation. To do a different study, sorry. You guys are telling us we have $100 million in real estate assets. What do we really? Because it's
and one of the times you might do that is if you ever did certificates of participation, where it wouldn't be based on what you paid for it, it'd be based on fair market value, in order to support that. So your ability to borrow against your assets is a lot more than what you see on these.
If we look at what Mary Ruth is worth on these statements,
right?
It's got nothing to do with what Mary Ruth is working.
Cool, thanks, Dylan, and with that, that is the longest audit conversation we've had.
The next page in your guys' packet the next page is C2. That is our statement of activities. This is much like an income statement or a profit and loss statement from the private sector. It shows what revenues we made from charges and services, grants, and general government revenues, as well as what was expensed by government function. We ended the year with a net position increase of $7.3 million. $6.6 million was governmental activities, and roughly $700,000 was in business type activities, our marina and water fund. Some highlights of our major revenue sources. Sales tax comprised 41% of total town revenue. That's up $430,000 or 3% from 2022. Our real estate investment fees represent 5% of the total town revenues. That also increased 1% over 2022, and that makes it our second most collected real estate investment fees ever. I'm not sure where we're at this year, but prices are high, so hopefully we continue that trend. Okay, so after the government-wide financial statements, we jump into our fund statements. The town has governmental funds that are divided up into three major funds: the general fund, capital improvement fund, and the housing fund. Each one of these comprises more than 10% of the total governmental fund balances, and they are presented individually on our financial statements. The other governmental funds make up less than 10%, and they are grouped together as non-major funds. The other classification of funds we have are proprietary funds. These funds are primarily paid for by user fees and charges. They can receive up to a maximum of 10% subsidized by the government, but anything more than that, they cannot receive from the government. They're self-sufficient, and the good thing about enterprise fund is you can go out and get debt or bonds for those funds without putting that to a vote. You know, it's important that they are enterprise funds. You don't want to do that. So going further into our governmental funds, pages C3 through C6. C3 is our governmental funds balance sheet. Page C5 is our statement of revenues and changes in fund balance for all of our. C4 and C6 I didn't include for you guys. Those are just reconciliations of the balance sheet and of the revenues. So those we didn't need to include. But as an aggregate, you can see on page C5 that our total governmental funds increased by $200,000 in 2023. General fund increased by $700,000. That was after a $3 million transfer to the capital fund and a $200,000 transfer to the marina. And that $200,000 transfer to the marina fund was within that 10% limit, so We didn't go over that, and we're allowed to subsidize that much of the enterprise fund. The housing fund increased by $5.5 million. That was primarily due to the COPs we issued for 619 Granite and our partnership contributions from CDOT. The capital improvement fund decreased by $6.2 million. That was primarily due to the construction of Slopeside Hall and some various other capital projects we had this last year. And collectively, all the other non-major governmental funds, they were up $200,000 from the previous year. Okay, looking at these funds and the governmental funds individually now, we can take a look at the general fund. We budgeted $19.7 million. In 2023, we actually took in $20.9 million. Hold on a second. That was a big part of that $1.2 million was increased in licensing and permits in our building department. There was a lot going on this year. They vastly over exceeded their revenue projections. As a town, we tend to underestimate our revenues and overestimate our expenses. Just a conservative approach to governmental accounting. You never want to run out of money. So we try to sell ourselves short in the revenues and over expenses. And then at the end of the year, if our conservative budgeting work, we get a nice little Christmas present bow tie. We have more money than we projected we would have. So that $1.2 million, along with the licenses and permits, sales taxes were $350,000 lower than we budgeted, but they were actually up 2% from 2022, which is good. Special event revenue was $370,000 below budget because we had budgeted barbecue, or council decided that we weren't going to do that in 2023. So that was so big savings there. Frisco Adventure Park was 28% above revenues from 2022. So they really had a good year out there. Our expenditures were $600,000 less than anticipated. Again, we didn't have a barbecue. That was a big part of it. We had some savings as well at the adventure park and public works just through staffing. The general fund does have a 7-month reserve set by council for ongoing operations in case we stop making money altogether. We do have a little bit of a backup. Anything in excess of that $7 million, we transfer to the capital fund for capital projects in upcoming years. We ended the year with a fund balance of $13.5 million. Roughly about $11.7 million is our reserve. So the rest of that will be transferred to the capital fund in 2020. Next is our housing fund. We budgeted $9.2 million. We actually took in $8.6 million. The $600,000 deficit in that, the state federal grants were below budget. That was really just project timing. We get reimbursed from DOLA as well as CDOT with their partnership contributions, but that's based on what we paid or what we expensed in the year. So that remaining revenues will be coming in 2024 from those once the project is at 619. Our expenditures were $7.7 million below budget. Again, that is entirely contributed to capital expenditures at Walnut Park. The timing of that was just a little slow in 2023. And we also had a lot of savings in other capital projects, vehicle purchases, PRA, Summit Boulevard didn't get complete 2023 overall, projected to happen in 2020. The ending fund balance of the housing fund was $11.3 million at the end of the year, but a lot of that money is tied up in housing projects already will be spent. The last of our major funds, the governmental funds, is our capital improvement fund. Revenues came in $900,000 better than projected. You can contribute a lot of that to our real estate investment fees, as well as the interest paying out a lot more in 2023. Expenditures were $10.9 million below budget. Again, that is lower capital expenditures as a result of project time. That capital fund ended the year with $8.2 million to be spent in the upcoming years by you guys and all the projects you decide on. Okay, so jumping from our governmental funds, we can look at our proprietary funds. First one being our water fund. Revenues were pretty much right on track with what we budgeted. It was $40,000 difference. We were 7% up from 2022, which was really good. The water fund did increase their fees by 5% this last year. We plan on doing so again in 2024. We might review that and see if we can, if anything needs to be changed in the future with water fees. Expenses came in $3.1 million below expectations. There was lower capital expenditures as a result of project timing, and those capital expenditures were actually 25% below 2022. So we did do a lot of projects out there in the past that kind of slowing down a little bit. That ending net position is $13 million for the water fund. They are sitting very healthy. They have a 4-month reserve, but within that $13 million, that includes all the capital assets, the buildings.
Do you know why we have to raise the rate?
Because
Is that our call?
Well, it is your call, but it's been policy that you, for the past 5 years, you have raised it at a regular increase
Every year?
every year.
that was
Did that
to,
stop? Is that?
It can stop. We're gonna suggest this year that you don't stop it, and we're gonna do a rate study next year. Because you have some significant expenses in your water fund coming.
Right.
and that's why we build up that fund balance with these. The other enterprise fund we have is the marina fund. They were roughly $25,000 below budget and revenues. User charges were below expectations. Most of that can be contributed to boat rentals. However, those revenues were up 27% in 2022. So we got a better year in 2023. Hopefully that trend will continue. I've been out there this summer. It looks really good. Expenses were $520,000 above anticipated. Salaries and benefits made up the majority of that. We were a little overstaffed out there last year and had excess salaries and benefits paid out. We've corrected that going forward in 2024, and the other part of that was a little higher expenses in some of the finishing of our capital projects that we had on. The marina also received a loan from the general fund at the end of the year. necessitated by a negative cash balance that they had overspent. We loaned them that money, and as much as I can say, they are gonna pay it back without a doubt. The ending net position of the marina was $5 million. $4.9 million of that was all capital assets out of the marina. They, at the end of the year with $108,000 in unrestricted fund balance. They have, council has set a 4-month reserve on the pool fund as well as the water fund. It is currently not being met. Just a heads up. Next slide talks about our governmental revenues. We're just comparing those to 2022. You can see that in 2022, tax revenue made up 76% of the total revenues we took in. In 2023, taxes only made up 60% of the revenues we took in. You can see a big jump in intergovernmental revenues, 3% to 15%. That jump was primarily due to all the grant funding we received for 619. That kind of skewed why taxes made much less. The other revenue sources are pretty consistent year over year. Looking at our expenditures, you can see that in 2022, capital outlay was 42% of the total town's expenditures. 2023, that made up 53% of the town's expenditures. Again, Slopeside Hall, 619 Granite, a lot of other capital projects. Where the town's growing pretty fast and pretty quick. The next slide I want to look at is just governmental fund balances from 2019 through 2023. You can see that blue trend line is on the upslope, which is showing that our fund balances are increasing year over year, which is a good sign. You can see in 2020 how the general fund blue is much higher than the capital fund. Like I said earlier, we transfer any excess of that 7-month reserve council has set into the capital fund. 2020, we did not do that because of COVID, and that's why the general fund is so much higher. But every other year after that, we take all the excess general fund money, transfer it to the capital fund for ongoing projects. The other slide is just our proprietary fund balances in the reserve. This shows how much we're holding in net capital assets as well as unrestricted fund balance, kind of our cash, and the reserve council is met. You can see the water fund is extremely healthy. We have a lot of unrestricted cash. We are meeting our 4-month reserve. Marina fund has quite a bit of assets, not so much unrestricted fund balance, and that unrestricted fund balance is below the reserve council. The other insurance reserve fund, which was new in 2023, that is just that is funded by all of the employee and employer paid premiums. We used to just have an insurance reserve fund, but now it's an internal service fund. So it is funding all of our insurance costs through the premiums that the town is contributing as well as the employees. Their fund balance, unrestricted fund balance, is higher than the 6-month reserve actually. So that fund is looking strong as well. And, with that, I just want to give you guys a heads up. Our budget season is coming up, and I wanted to give you a short overview of our financial statements. How you mentioned that $35 million earlier. I can have you guys flip back to page C3. Down at the bottom, balance sheet. This is all of our government funds. includes everything, including the marina and the water fund. At the top of the page, you can see the assets we had as of 12/31/2023. That totaled $39,446,000. At the bottom of that page, you can see the various restrictions placed on it. First category is non-spendable. This includes all of the DIC inventories, the Nordic Center inventories, that gas. So of course, that isn't spendable. The next category is the restricted fund balance. These amounts can be spent only for specific purposes stipulated by constitution or legislation. In the general fund, this includes our payment reserve that we're required to have as state statute for emergencies. Also falling under the restricted category is our housing fund that can only be spent on housing projects, debt service due in the capital projects fund for our leased equipment, and all of our lodging and nicotine tax funds that were voter approved for specific purposes. The committed balance of our funds are restricted by formal actions of the government. That's you guys. These funds can only be used for specific purposes. You determine them. All of our capital projects, the insurance reserve, and open space funds fall under this. The assigned fund balance, oops. I'm sorry. The assigned fund balance includes our highway user taxes from the state and money from our employee down payment assistance fund that's to be paid back.
I don't. On the Tabor fund under restricted, how is that funded? So, and is it capped?
That is a calculation based off of all of the assets we currently have, and I don't know the current calculation offhand. Mike might know that, but Tabor requires us to hold that money in reserve indefinitely, and that changes every year. It generally goes up, and it can only be spent in emergency purposes.
So as it goes up each year, there is.
Yeah, it's, so the formula is actually set in statute. It's based on 3% of your expenditures.
Okay.
For the fiscal. It doesn't have to be specifically earmarked in terms of we put it in a separate bank account, but it does have to be set aside and disclosed.
It's all on one bank account. It's just on our financial statements. We are not touching this money. You bet. Finally, the unassigned fund balance is all the money we have left in the general fund that has no restrictions placed on it. However, there's a 7-month reserve that council set. All excess funds get transferred to the capital fund. So really at year end, all the money we have to spend is tied up in capital improvement. Next, we have the Marina and Water Fund balance sheet. You can see on page C7. This shows the amount of money we have in these funds at the top of the page. The Marina Fund and Water Fund both have a 4-month reserve set by council. The Insurance Reserve Fund has a 6-month reserve, and there aren't any restrictions placed on any of these funds other than the Marina debt service for our bonds. You can see the unrestricted fund balance that's tied up in the capital assets for ongoing operations. So just keep that in mind when deciding what we want to do down there at the marina this year. And hopefully we'll have a great summer, and that amount will increase for next year. That's all I have. Thank you guys for listening to me. I'm going to turn it over to Michael and let him tell you how our audit went. Oh yeah, there you go.
Michael, as we get ready to go, I just want Elizabeth, Andy, Tom, Rick, Lisa,
and Martin. You're not gonna talk about.
Good to see you all again. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the results of the financial statements. As Bill mentioned, the town prepares an annual comprehensive financial that's something I want to draw to your attention is that that's more than is required. The basic financial statements of a government are much thinner, they're not as inclusive. For example, in ACFR, there's this middle letter which kind of introduces the reports, talks about what's coming up and what the whole purpose of the presentation is. There's management's discussion and analysis, which provides a narrative and graphic summary of what transpired in 2023 and how did we end the year, as well as, there's a figure on the back end, there's a whole bunch of statistical information that provides a lot of context. And one of the things that I think it's important that you as a council realize is that extra information and that commitment to fiscal transparency that the town has adopted and continued to comply with is really something that's very commendable. And that's something that Leslie Dolan and the town as a whole should be commended for. That's extra effort ensuring financial transparency. Ensures that anybody who looks to the town for financial information, whether that's taxpayers, citizens, lenders, grantors, anybody that's purchasing services, they know that the financial statements and the information presented in them is reliable, and the town is committed to that. So again, I think kudos to finance staff for doing that and continuing that process. The audit itself it's a statutory requirement, but it's also a pretty sound business practice because it's biased. It does provide an independent viewpoint on the town's financial report, ensuring that the numbers are reliable, that you as a council, that management can look to them and rely upon them for decision making. Our job as auditors is to provide that external, professional, independent opinion on not only the compliance of the financial reporting, but during 2023, the town also received federal source funds, federal grant money that was expended. And so as a result, the town is required to do what's called a single audit, which looks to the compliance and reporting for town's management of those funds. So pleased to let you know that for 2023, the town received an unmodified or clean audit opinion on both the financial statements and the single audit. So that's really the highest level of assurance that we as independent auditors can. So again, kudos to the town for that fiscal management. For us to issue our opinion, staff spent a week on site in March, going through visiting with the various departments, really getting an understanding of how the financial information flows from those departments and ultimately ends up on financial statements. We then also did work doing traditional audit tick and die work, making sure that the balance is tied out, that they're supportable, that they're properly presented and measured, and then subsequently we kind of agreed on what the final numbers were. We went and worked together with Leslie and Dylan to draft up the financial statements and to ensure that those are again presented in those reports. A couple of items I wanted to emphasize again, that certificate of achievement for 2022's ACFR. Sorry. But again, it's not just just so you know, what goes into that is that beyond, above and beyond the acquisition that we put the town period to do the audit. The town has also voluntarily put the report up to yet another set of CPAs. We're looking at this for just general compliance and say enforcement in financial reporting. And it's a pretty exhaustive process. So really something the town, especially the finance staff, should be very proud of is that record of getting that certificate. So it's been quite a number of years, and it's really a great record. It should give you all as council and certainly as citizens and anybody else looking to the financial affairs of the town.
Dylan, is that something that your department says we want to do, or in some way is that a requirement imposed upon your department?
That's something we like to do. Behind those little banners outside Leslie's office.
But at some point during the process, you must be saying we're doing this for a banner outside.
Yeah, I guess.
I think there's a greater good too.
I think it also points towards that transparency piece, you know, by doing these things, we're more transparent with the public about our financial status.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
It was more of it's been going on for multiple town managers, multiple finance directors. So I didn't know where the impetus to do this came from, and I'm glad it's coming from the department.
It's coming from the department. As soon as I started with the town, it was in 2009, so we had already achieved this certificate, and then it kind of just been mandatory, but mandatory as a decision we want to do because we just want to pat ourselves on the back and say we do a good job with our financial reporting.
Couple of just re-emphasizing a couple of points from Bill's presentation. The town continues to be highly liquid. $37 million in cash and investments at the end of the year. Although that was down slightly, still a very strong financial position. It's a third of the total assets of the town. Significant investment in capital assets. That's buildings, that's vehicles, that's affordable housing. That is all the infrastructure, if you will, that helps the town provide services to its constituents. So there are $15 million of capital additions in 2023. Again, just the diversity of those projects shows again that the town's commitment to doing right by the citizens and improving access to services within the town. Also during the year, the town issued 6.35 million in certificates of participation for housing construction, so that will be ongoing. The town also continued to pay down existing debt. So again, good track record. Relatively speaking, the town has a fairly low debt burden. So it's, again, speaks to a good fiscal management. Strong equity position in assets. The net position, as it's called, is the excess of assets over liabilities at a wide level. 109 million at the end of the year. 60 million of the 100 is net investment in capital assets. Again, measured on a historic cost basis, depreciation, and related debt. So pretty strong financial position. Look at the P&L side of things. Positive results for 2023. $7.3 million increase in net position overall, with much of that coming from the governmental activities. Those were up 8% over 2022 year net position. And on the business type activities, that's the marina and the waterfront, they generated a $700,000 increase or net profit for fiscal. Much of that is, in fact, all of it is coming from the water fund. The presentation on page C2 of the, if you do have to look at that, it is somewhat unusual when you compare it to what you might see out in the for-profit world, and that it starts with the expenses in each of the major programs or activities or operations of the town, that kind of applies the relevant revenue sources. So you can see kind of the net contribution or draw of the various aspects of the town's operations on the general revenues, that is the property taxes, sales taxes, etc. For 2023, only 36% of the costs of government operations were covered by revenues. So again, emphasizing the reliance on general revenues, sales and use taxes, to nobody's great surprise, 41% of total revenues. It's up 3% from 2022. Real estate investment fees also up 1% from 2022. So we have big contributors there on revenue side. And since they are particularly a variable revenue source, and that they ebb and flow depending on general economic conditions, it just reinforces the town's really good fiscal sense to adopt minimum fund balance requirements. Setting those reserves aside really helps the town get a really good position to weather uncertainty. Storms may come up in that way, but it also puts the town in a really good position to be able to invest in opportunities that to provide additional services for the town's constituency. Also, in terms of we're looking at the looking at it on the fund level, fund financial statements. These are the budget basis financials, if you will. Governmental funds ended up near $200,000 net increase in governmental fund activity. Let's see in terms of the two major funds there, the general fund and the housing fund. Both of them had significant operational expenditures during the year. In terms of the general fund, we transferred to the capital fund, and in the housing fund, significant investment during the year in terms of capital, so the actual construction process there. One way to kind of look at, especially from the governmental fund area, is to see what do these numbers mean? What's context for them? One way that is typical to do that is to look at the fund balance as a percentage of the current year's expenditures. And that is an odd measure in that it basically says, how long could we go before we had to get an outside dollar to support ongoing activities? So for all governmental funds, at the end of 2023, fund balances in the governmental area represented some 87% of 2023 expenditures, led by the that would be the general fund at 82%. The other two funds there, the capital improvement fund and the housing fund, because of the nature of those funds, they tend to build up fund balances and then they get expended on significant projects. So you tend to have really significant big percentages, and then the percentages drop precipitously. And that's just the nature of the fund. It is important to note that for 2023, all of the funds performed well relative to their budgets and in their budgets. And the history there has demonstrated the town budgets conservatively on both revenues and expenses. And that I think puts the town in really good stead that we're not living beyond our means. Good fiscal policy. When we're talking about the funds Also wanted to reiterate Dylan's comments about the enterprise or proprietary funds, the marina. Conceptually, those funds are treated and reported differently because they're intended to work as a cost recovery or fee for service type of proposition. So in addition to kind of covering the current expenses, most of those funds need to, on an ongoing basis, start accumulating so that you can replace and replenish and improve upon those capital items, those capital assets, the infrastructure, if you will, that is providing those services to the people using it. So it's important again, to reiterate that periodically going back and looking at rate structures, making sure that we're not just covering today's costs, but we're building for tomorrow. And we have enough to be able to make those investments when they come due. Just kind of wrapping things up, we'll kind of step back into that 30,000-foot view. 2023 was another good fiscal year. Strong fund balances, growth in two of those major revenue sources, sales and use taxes, and real estate investment fees. All the funds were within their budgets. I would reiterate again, just keep an eye on the marina fund. Just want to make sure that it keeps steering in the right direction. And then I think all of those taken together, positive results, just position the town really well for future uncertainty and for future opportunities. In addition to our audit report, there's also a letter that we required to issue as in the context of our audit. It talks to the non-financial, which is looks at the accounting policies of the town. Just to comment on any issues we may have encountered during the audit, the process of the audit itself, the extent to which adjustments are required, as well as opportunities for improvement in business practices and policies. And really, I guess, to sum up 2 pages in a sentence, accounting policies and practice conservative, consistent, and they're compliant. And do better. So really, thank you so much to Leslie, Dylan, the entire finance staff, Tom, and the rest of the departments that put up our questions, and really, we appreciate what they do to help us do our work. And I think that you as a town council should take great comfort that we've got a lot of great people doing good work and great stewards of services. Thank you. Any questions?
One question I always ask, it's a different measure. Is anybody going to jail?
Another big question.
I guess I could come and ask you at a different time. Just like, for example, like the money coming to us from Whole Foods. How will that, or what we have also sales tax. So if that makes sense.
So that's a deferred sales tax agreement.
Yeah.
That they start paying out this year in 2024. So you'll see that reflected in the financial statements for next year.
So is that gonna go into like the overall like sales tax?
It'll go into the general fund
And then move
and that will just get expensed with general expenses. Anything in excess of that at the end of the year, we transfer to our capital.
okay, I don't know why. I didn't know how that was involved. Not that it.
Get mixed up with all the other money.
No, yeah, I'm trying to, think like you do. No, I don't, I'll never get there. No.
It's a good thing.
It's good luck in your personal life too, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Well, thank you guys very much.
Well, thanks you. Thanks.
Woo!
Cool.
I meant that for you, not that word. Good job.
Figure out seating, but yeah.
Thank you. Raised. But that was. Compared to any time before. To focus for us, and we'll say that a little bit.
I was like. I didn't think I forgot doing a sales tax rebate. If he likes marching in the door, that's how many dollars they pay us.
But they got a grant, at least for part of it.
Right.
Yeah.
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 Right.
Are we ready for together?
Yeah. You were written before it's got numbers. Ready? We're here for it.
What's the meeting? And. Yes. Yeah, we're, yeah, sure. I mean, the honest tell you. So you're saying that the run tickets. Yes. Where did you guys do? We did that. Yes.
Yeah, but you said that.
Yeah.
True.
And of course, there's certain. Which with the government financial association guideline. How we measure it.
But he was asking, is there anything? Send it to me. No.
I don't think. Well, there is things. It would. Paid by. No. Depending on what meeting. Oh.
My wife's going to. What's more to the vigilance? I didn't get this. No. Say it. You should go this way.
We met again.
You guys did get.
Yeah, just. If you're. Yeah. Yeah. Still shoots to the. Great. Okay. So we. Keith Clinton, Town Clerk, Clicking Trails Manager. Wanted to thank you all for taking time to hear from us. And then I'll introduce people that will be presenting to you today. I've got Sam Massman, Frisco resident, Pat Gray, Service. Ben Rasmussen, Sam Massman. They're just close enough names. I gave you backwards. Ben is from the Volpe Center with the Department of Transportation. Like I said, we have two presentations. This is an update on the recreation planning initiative that Ben will be showing you, as well as Frisco's backyard that Sam will be presenting. Throughout all of this, the two questions that we're seeking feedback from council on are, number one, is council supportive of potentially collaborating with the Forest Service on managing the backyard? Question one. Question two, is council supportive of staff exploring funding sources for management of the backyard? So think about those two questions in the context of these two presentations. Again, this is an update. We've been working on this in some piece for
gosh, I guess quite some time, intensely the last 2 years, probably the last 7 years. I've been with the town for 7 years. Just a little background, from the Forest Service perspective, the Recreation Action Planning Initiative that Ben is presenting was started and funded with Adam Bianchi, the district ranger. He heard all the talk. So essentially all the towns in Summit County were working somewhat independently on transportation solutions related to trailhead, the national monument, all these things. And he said, hey, we all got to get together. So the Forest Service funded the study that Ben is going to present. That is connected very closely, of course, with the backyard, because you can't have recreation opportunities in the Rocky Mountain West without a plan to get people to the trailhead, from the trailhead. How are you going to manage it? What does that all look like? So that's where these two presentations come together. Also I should mention here, Catherine is the fuels manager. She's going to have the answers on the what, the why, and when in terms of fuels treatments. Ben is with Volpe Center, as I said, and then Sam is the recreation program manager, and he is connecting. His task is to connect the recreation pieces with the fuel pieces. And that has not always been the case in the past with some Forest Service projects, that it's been somewhat one or the other. And from the outset, this is not the plan back here. Tim will certainly speak to that. Just my comment here from a trails perspective is that I see this as truly a generational opportunity. It's not every day that a national monument gets dropped in your backyard. And so there's a real opportunity here, but with that comes some management, some real challenges that are going to need planning and funding. As I said, it's 3,000 acres in the backyard. I would also say this isn't an entirely theoretical exercise in terms of here's what might happen. We have a co-managing partnership with the Forest Service at the Peninsula Recreation Area. Currently, that's 500 acres. We did a management development plan 6 years ago for that. We've executed that throughout. So the Forest Service sees the town as a partner that has a track record that we know, we know we can do what we say we're going to do. So that is kind of the background here. We have our path relationship with the forest, what we want to do out here. The other unique opportunity here is if you look anywhere else in the county, if you're in the town, whether it's Breckenridge, Silverthorne, or Dillon, you look up on the hillsides, you see houses. You don't see that here. We have an immediate interface with a national forest. And it's an incredible gift that we take for granted here. You look around, you see forest. So we're a really unique opportunity in the county moving life. So like I said, it's a fantastic opportunity. Then go ahead and start with this is the transportation and trailhead piece connected to the backyard.
All right, thank you, Pete. Yeah, I'm Ben Rasmussen from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Volpe Center, National Transportation Volpe Center. And the Volpe Center, just quickly, is a part of the U.S. Department of Transportation. We do work with any public agency. We've been working with the Forest Service and the White River National Forest for several years. I'm the public lands team lead at the Volpe Center, and I've had the luck of working on this project for a couple of years now, and with the forest for a few more. It's very much a joint project. You see all the different icons here. The towns, the county, the Forest Service are all very much involved. And we'll jump in. This is a presentation that we gave to the county commissioners. This is, I'm not getting a signal here. I see this. I scroll and it's not. Oh, just click. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So we'll give a little bit. We gave this presentation to the county commissioners a couple of months ago. We've updated it, and you'll see there's a focus on Frisco here. We'll talk about a little bit of background of the initiative, what kind of analysis we've been doing, and then take any questions and feedback. If you'd like to interrupt, don't hesitate. Just raise your hand or speak up. Happy to take questions as they come. All right, background. here's the issues and needs slide, and you can see this heat map. This is something that Sam created, or the district created, really looking at where is visitation most intense, and no surprise, it's here. And it's not just the winter, it's the summer as well. So I'm not gonna go through all the numbers. I think you have this presentation to go through some of the details later, but suffice to say, you are the busiest, most visited district in the country.
That's statistically based,
That is based on
dramatically based.
annual.
No, we do every 5 years, we do a visitor use survey across the White River, across all the national forests. And there's some numbers that are actually like database and some that are estimates, but yeah, it's a reasonably confident.
Very popular. And it's of course people who live here, it's people who visit from in-state, out-of-state, internationally. It is a broad spectrum. So what kind of needs arise from this kind of visitation? A lot of transportation issues. So traffic, parking congestion, illegal parking, natural resource damage. This is just one slide, one graph that we created looking at Willowbrook Trailhead over in Silverthorne. You can kind of see most often the peak is on the weekend days. That's when the issues are most acute. Those pictures are up at Blue Lakes. You can barely get an emergency vehicle there. Cars can poorly turn around. It can be quite congested during these peak summer days. So the coordination mentioned all the towns, county, forest. Everyone has a trails plan at this point. Dylan just passed theirs. We've got a great foundation to work from, and that's where we started. We looked at all of these documents. We determined early on, we don't need to lay a lot of great groundwork. There's good goals, there's good objectives here, but how do we get there? And where specifically do we focus our efforts? And that's what we've been doing with this initiative, is trying to pinpoint where to invest in, where to maybe pull back from a little bit. So the analysis, what we did was we took a toolbox approach by looking at different batches of trailheads from around Summit County. And the batches can be anywhere from a few trailheads to over a dozen. We've been through, I think, about 5 at this point, and we've got 3 or 4 more to go. And the second one we took on was Frisco, and that's what we'll look at here. The toolbox approach was based on other efforts, mainly in the city and county of Boulder, which is where I grew up. And they undertook a similar effort, not as detailed, I would say. They just kind of at a high level said, here's the ones we want to invest in. Here's ones that aren't as popular and they're kind of on the back burner, but we took that to the next level. There's the batches. This is our approach. First, we look at the issues and objectives. We have those from the plans, but we want to boil those down to each batch and make sure that they resonate. We establish the context looking at maps, transit connections, rec path, trail connections. We analyze data sets from traffic counts, trail counts, other data where available. Then we do some analysis on the site, either on the ground or virtually. And then we align with potential tools from that toolbox, and you'll see how we did that in just a minute. Here are the issues and objectives we came up with for the Frisco batch. So feel free to look through these and let us know if hopefully none of these strike you as surprising, but very popular trailheads here, very well used, even during the weekdays because of local use, taking your dog out for a walk after work, or even a break in the day. So we really have seen a lot of visitation throughout the day here. Here's the map of the trailheads we looked at. We didn't look at every trailhead in Frisco, but we picked kind of the ones that we thought would need the most attention. And transit, you do have some with some decent transit connections. The rec path is a huge connector as well. So you've got a lot of good things going for you here compared to some of the other areas we've looked at. These are annual estimates of visitation for the 4 that we had numbers for. So North 10 Mile, 29,000, Mount Royal, 28,000, Peak Zack Stop, 59,000, and Miners Creek, 46,000. All of these fed into that overall estimate that we saw early on with the heat map. And you have some very fine grain data as well. Miners Creek, the county set up a webcam and we mined that data a bit to kind of see what kind of trends are there over the course of the day and over the course of the year and week. You can kind of see the use kind of does ebb and flow. It's not just on the weekends. It's not just during the summer months. There's year-round use. There's use middle of the day, early in the day, late in the day as well. So this is unique compared to some of the Breckenridge trailheads, for example, that are definitely more I'd say tourism oriented, but also a big hike for the day and back. So here's that tools analysis. You have each of those trailheads at the top of the table here. You've got the tool categories on the left, parking management. We've got about 8 tools there, and then we crosswalk them and we say, could this tool work for each of these trailheads? If so, we put it in bold, we try to give it a little context, and then you'll see we roll it all up into recommendations for each of these trailheads at the end. So these tools are parking management oriented. These ones are transit, bike and ped oriented. And then we've got one more set, information and communication oriented. And you can see for each of these, some will work, some don't. There's no silver bullet that will work well for all. It's got to be kind of a coordinated and connected approach. And here's those those connections. We're looking at, do these different recommendations that are coming from the toolbox approach, do they address the problem and what are their expected outcomes? This is kind of a gut check to make sure that we're doing our due diligence in addressing those problems. And this is our way of expressing that we think we are. So this table we updated with some estimated costs from $1 sign up to $5 signs. And I can give you those ranges later, but in general, if it's $1 sign, that's in the tens of thousands. $2 signs are looking maybe 50 to 100. 3 is 100 to 250. 4, 250 to 500. 500 and up. I believe that's how we broke these up. But we did look at that toolbox matrix, created these overall recommendations for Frisco. Hopefully these aren't too surprising either, but we have a suggested time frame. We have supporting agencies, and yeah, these were circulated, I believe, 6 months ago or so with town staff. We revised them accordingly, so these have been vetted a fair amount. But happy to take any questions on these or the ones you'll see here next, or each trailhead. So kayak lot, not as high a priority, I would say, but there are some recommendations that could be undertaken here. Nothing too pressing other than perhaps some improved signage. North 10 Mile, perhaps some better connections. Again, better signage, enforcement could be improved a bit. Just keep the cars on the 70. But Peak Zack Stop, we had some more thoughts about. It's a rather informal parking area in that it's gravel. I was just out there today and it's a little bumpy getting in there. And it's got a pretty big footprint, but it could be formalized. So you can fit more cars, or at least fit the number of cars that you have now in a little bit more of a logical way, so that the traffic could flow better in and out. And you could perhaps even have a turnaround for a drop off there in the future as well. So what would that look like? We have 2 ideas. You can kind of box it off and also create a connection from the rec path. There is kind of a wetland area that you want to be careful about there to the east, I believe. But this is one idea. This is a way you can keep it gravel. Because then the parking could go on the perimeter, on both sides, and it would be wide enough that cars could safely back out. And perhaps even turn around as well. This is another concept. This would be more of a paved concept. Why could this not be gravelled? Well, you couldn't get the lines in, the striping for the spots, and therefore you would have kind of a hodgepodge of parking. This would allow that turnaround and perhaps drop off as well. We also recommend perhaps having traffic counters so that you get a count of the cars that are going in and the cars that are coming out, and you can subtract the two and you know how many cars are in the lot at any given time. That could be pushed out on the web, social media, even have on signs in town that says, hey, lot's full, you know, don't park there, park elsewhere, take the tow path or take the rec path or transit, and then walk from there. Similar thoughts for Myers Creek. There's some room for improvement here, we feel as well. Mainly kind of redesigning the parking in one of two ways. One would be expanding that parking into, this would be into county land, I believe. And that would, in this scenario, be paved and striped. So making it a little more efficient. You can see how the parking is kind of widened out there, and you've got cars kind of parked in the periphery. You've got some social trails emanating from that area. So kind of tighten that up, build a path that would then allow people to walk up to some of the trailhead areas as opposed to on the rec path that's also used for vehicle traffic in this location. Or you have another idea, which is moving the parking entirely into a pretty level area. It's county owned, up the rec path a bit. This would get parking off of the rec path entirely. This would be a more expensive option, but you could kind of formalize parking, you could put in a counter as well, and you'd have room for a vehicle to circulate, drop off, and move back out. Again, a connection of the trail to keep people off the rec path. Well, this is for connecting up to the rec path. The big goal here is to keep vehicles from crossing the rec path proper, then also keeping people up that spur, I suppose, more efficiently.
So we also keep people away from Bill's Ranch, the houses and all, just less impact on them.
Good point. Yeah, that was in the equation as well. So a few more slides here.
Why were you showing the Sprinter?
I wanted to ask that.
Yeah,
Size of vehicle.
yeah, size of vehicle, we were thinking that would maybe be the size of a shuttle vehicle instead of a larger bus that would necessitate more turnaround, more space, more impact.
I'm sorry.
Like a micro transit.
Oh, okay, that, you're not building your parking spaces all to accommodate.
Correct.
Sprinter, right?
Just the turnaround is a parking.
Summit, yeah.
No, we're thinking that we have a software we can use that takes the turning radius of those vehicles. And that's why you see kind of this shape and the curve and the number of spaces. So just a model, yeah, big question. Yeah, it's not just the parking for all right, current status, we've completed a number of the batches. We've actually now completed another one. We're tiering trailheads. This is something we're in the thick of right now, where we've broken up over 110 trailheads across our working group. And each group, we have two groups that are tackling about 50 to 60 trailheads each, and they're tiering them into tier 1, 2, 3, or 4. What are they currently? What could they be in the future? And if it's a tier 1, we're keeping it pretty basic, no services, all the way up to tier 4, which has a toilet or at least a porta potty. It has trash service, it has bike parking, et cetera, et cetera. So we're still in the midst of this, but we're trying to categorize where we think these trails are today and where they could be in the future. And that is the end of the presentation here. Happy to take questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So Elizabeth and I live with her and we can see Zach's dot. The the cars going across the bike path are such a problem. I was sitting outside this morning and heard of somebody on a bike screaming at a car who just didn't stop. Is there any thought we can get into how to slow them down, how to get cars to really stop and look?
I was there today and I did see some visibility issues too. I mean, just cutting the brush out, I think would help. But yeah, some signage would help. If it's more, you know, you have the pavement up to the rec path and then it's gravel beyond. If it was cleared a little bit more, I would say first and foremost, that would help. Signage would help as well. And yeah, we did talk about, you know, maybe we could even encourage people to leave their car in downtown or wherever they are staying and walk. Just, you know, it's less than a mile for sure. It's half a mile or so. So maybe leave the car behind so they're not crossing the river right there.
Would something like one of those big speed bumps or something be put on either side of the guy?
Be an option, yeah, really slow down the traffic there. It's difficult for plowing, which would be a consideration for the winter. There are removable speed bumps that you can put in and out. They need to likely be paved to really get them to be stable. But it is paved on one side, so yeah, that could be an option.
I don't know if this is something that is directly relating to this, but like on that rec path coming down from the hospital, I mean, it's got a nice like, you know, and cyclists really love that, but I know after talking to a lot of people that live in that zone, I mean, like residents have like putting signs out, like I have friends that live in a little bit after me. They have a little dog that's even in their yard and I don't know, it's like maybe there has to be something with like people, you know, like slow down.
That's like Ophir Mountain and Bill's Ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, just the impact from people going as much as the impact from people on the side, so.
Like
Look at the
cyclists go way too fast for like in a residential world, you know, like I live right there. I have kids and like the youngest, I'm like, don't go there because it's dangerous. Like, you don't need to know, you're with him.
We can speak to it a little because we're trying to address it in Frisco backyard, which we'll talk about next, but you know, one of the challenges we have in some of that section is the path is through private property with houses, right?
Right.
So there's not a Forest Service solution on that section, but kind of by Peak One neighborhood, Mount Royal, and even over towards Miners Creek in the backyard. Some of what we're hoping to do between Peak One neighborhood and the kayak lot is create a secondary path, basically add capacity
Wow.
to get kids, people walking, you know, separate the bike traffic a bit. In addition to this idea of extending the Mount Royal Trail to the kayak lot, so we can engineer things to slow down bikes, like rules and speed bumps and things like that, but we're also looking at other ways to try and separate the lot.
So you mean like a trail adjacent to right path?
Like a soft, like a dirt trail.
Is there let me turn on this, is the Zach's parking lot, is that Forest Service property, town property, county property?
It's Forest Service, right at the rec path. It's
Right.
across the.
I live over at Little Chief and I ride my bicycle fairly often. I always stop at the kayak lot and lock my bike up. It's not a big deal to walk kayak lot in trailhead.
To the base of town trail.
Yeah. So would not bother me if that parking lot is pure.
Yeah, it's a tricky, but we hear this a lot with basically every neighborhood. If you ask them what they really want, they're like, we don't want anyone to come here. You know, for the Forest Service, our mission is public lands, right? For everybody. So what we're trying to do with this effort and how these integrate into Frisco is be a little bit more proactive in planning and try and design the places where the people are really going, like set those places up more for success. And the places where we don't want people to go at that volume, try and be more intentional about not sending them there. And Zach's Stop, Miners Creek both, especially Zach's Stop, it's hard to reduce the use once you've got levels that we have there, you know. So we're looking to accommodate it, but not necessarily through more traffic and parking, but more through managing that part, and then hopefully other solutions that get people to get there via another method like walking.
I have a question just based off of the numbers, like the 60,000 or 59,000 for Zach Stop alone, that's per year. And then what's, like, since we are so focused, heavily used compared to everybody else, you know, what does that entail? Is it like 5,000 in Vail, or is it 3,000? Is it 100 people? Like, what's the difference there?
It's actually similar. We did some work in Vail. We looked at the East Vail trailheads, concert with the Forest Service, and Booth was crazy. And the town took a lot of measures to kind of rein that in. You can't park up there anymore. You have to take bus. And that did kind of push some visitation elsewhere, like to Gord Deluge, but not as much. But the visitation at Booth and Gord Deluge are still in like I want to say 30 to 50,000. And I think Pitkin and Bighorn are smaller, 10, 15,000. About right.
In Summit County, you know, some places we have actual counts. One place we have a count is Meadow Creek, Lily Pad Lake. I think we have a counter on both sides. It's about 45,000 people a year from both sides. So that gives you a comp to Zach Stop. Spruce Creek was similar to Zach Stop. Kind of different issues with places like Spruce Creek, Mohawk Lakes, south of Breckenridge, because you got to drive there. A lot of our use here is different. It's daily. A lot of people who are in town doing daily. So
I know, I had no idea.
it's scary.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you pushing this to me, so I should start? Okay.
Get out of here.
Should I click? There you go. About got it. Good.
No, we get AIDS either.
Oh, yeah.
From the beginning to
Okay. Yeah, I should. All right. So are you all familiar with the Bristol Backyard Project from your support of it, the development of it and the planning for it in the past year or two? Yeah. So I don't think I've gotten to update you guys on Bristol Backyard, but my name's Sam Massman. I live here in Frisco, as Ben said, but I'm the recreation program manager for the White River National Forest. Pat, introduce yourself.
And hi, I'm Kat Gray. I'm the fuels planner, of course. And by fuels is jargon for vegetation management for wildfire mitigation.
So Kat and I have the backyard project, and a lot of what we're going to talk about today is how we're trying to do a better job merging recreational experience with fire mitigation, because we kind of have these two things that I think in our public comments people see as a tension. Well, I can either have a great recreational experience in this existing forest as it is now, or I can have fire mitigation. We're looking for ways to kind of have more of a win-win scenario as much as we can, because both are really important to the town.
Learning from our Over Mountain past management.
Yeah.
Fuels focused.
So this is the Peaks Trail. So Frisco Backyard, the project area is about 3,000 acres, and it runs from the kayak lot up to Mount Royal, and across south to the Colorado Trail. That includes Over Mountain. The area of that would include fuels related fire mitigation work is about 1,500 acres. And that's kind of from Miners Creek Valley over to Mount Royal. But the project area is much larger because This project is also a significant trails and recreation project. There's about 40 miles of different actions to trails, existing in system and non-system trails in the backyard. It also includes the trailhead stuff, which we have talked about for Minor Street and Zach Stop. So I won't talk about that part as much here since we talked about that. And this mortal enemies thing, this is a slide by the Ash Smith from C Group, who is your contractor working on the NEPA with us that I put together, and we're presenting it to fire groups and to recreation groups. So we're trying to move the needle, knowing that as climate dries and warms up in the west, we need to increase the pace and scale of our fire mitigation. But we need to do it in a way that supports recreation economies and that the public supports, frankly. Go ahead.
Is there any way to add a group to that as far as environmentalists? Because it's not just recreation, it's not just fire management, you know, it's also forest management and stewardship.
Yeah, we would like to. I hope, as you'll see, we're trying to be as thoughtful and progressive as we possibly can with how we're envisioning recreational infrastructure trails and trailheads, how those could work with needed fire mitigation. You see some slightly different numbers here on visitation from what Ben showed, but 9 million is closer to what our Dillon Ranger District visits are. We think these are estimates, but we feel pretty confident around 3 million non-ski area visits here annually. And the Frisco backyard in 2022, when we counted all our different access points that go into the backyard, we had around 251,000. And, you know, for perspective, that's more than the Quandary Peak Spruce Creek zone south of Breckenridge, which has got, if you ever go hiking there, it's kind of, you know, a scary traffic situation. We're so closely connected to town, and the rec path, quite frankly, drives a huge amount of items. This is all also in our national monument. Can you guys see the project area there? In case I didn't describe it as well as. So basically the whole south border of town. Pardon my sloppy slide thing. I was just sort of maximizing pictures. This is Rainbow Lake in the backyard. And part of what we were going to talk about here is, so this project was scoped to the public. So we went out for public comment about a little over a year ago. And much of what we heard from people was around the recreation experience that they have in the backyard that they value there. And we also heard that we support fire mitigation, but we also don't want to walk around and we want to maintain a good experience. We want to be in the trees. We're looking for an escape, you know. It may not be as much adventure as it is escape. How do I get away from my daily routine? We love our aspen trees. We love Rainbow Lake. We love our trail system, both the official trails and the unofficial trails that are back there. And we want people in a variety of different ways trying to explain what they valued in terms of their experience in the backyard. I should mention activities. We heard about winter backcountry skiing and cross-country skiing.
Fat bike.
Winter fat biking, mountain biking in the summer, connecting with family and friends, connecting with nature, all sorts of different values that people talked about in this comments. This is a snapshot of some of the trail system in the backyard. In fact, mostly these are social trails. And I'm trying to think if they're all social trails. And a few of our proposed new trail connections. What this does not show is the existing trails. But our social trails well outnumber the existing trails in the backyard. And the trail system as a whole could use some help. I don't know how many of you have walked the Peaks Trail to Rainbow Lake lately, but you can see the width of the trail growing every year, right? And some of our trails, you think about the Bills Ranch Trail, which goes straight up from the church, it's like a few feet deep, eroded because it's just a all line straight up the hill trail. And that's kind of on and on as you assess these things. The trail system could use help to improve the experience, to make it more sustainable, and to support the amount of visitation we're receiving. We want to choose those high use places, and we want to harden them for the masses of people so that they can sustainably accommodate,
When does a social trail become a trail?
through a project like this. So it requires an analysis, an environmental review, and then a decision by a Forest Service person, a formal decision saying this is now a system trail.
So years ago, like the backyard, like off of Second Avenue going up to Rainbow Lake, like, I don't know how long ago it was, but like there was trailhead, or not trailhead, but signage, like Hattie's Trail, for example, like is that an example of, because those were all like unnamed, and then all of a sudden I went back and I was like, oh, it's got a name. So is that kind of like how that,
A number of the social trails were adopted in 2011, which was a forest-wide NEPA National Environmental Policy Act process. Around the forest, we adopted a set of social trails. So within this study area, some of what we're looking at now is adopting a number of these, decommissioning a number of them, the ones that we think either are not sustainable or maybe don't add to a positive experience. You can see how some of them are like, there's pretty dense networks, right? And it's like, how can we create a trail system, that's a reasonable amount of trails. We're still giving these kind of experiences, which people clearly want, to be able to ride their bike and wander farther in the woods. But how can we do it in a way that doesn't, where the trails don't overlap and it's still logical?
like the bridge over there, the new bridge off the Second. Like, when I go on there, I'm like, dogs are gonna get me. I mean, they still could, because they like that zone, Anyway, thanks for that.
You bet, and it's just a drop in the bucket with that many visitors, and with us expecting, we don't expect visitation to go down really. And as the state continues to grow in population, as the climate heats around us, as other areas lose some of their snowpack, those more marginal areas, we think that Summit County is going to become even more of a hotspot. So we're trying to think forward, let me go on to the next one, show you some other stuff about fuels. So this is a picture from the Mason Town Trail, I believe, or Chauncey's, or the backyard folks. It's the one that Hattie's, this is right at the top of Hattie's. And so what we have in the backyard, you guys have seen it, who've been back there, but we have a mix of forest types. We're really fortunate. We have some beautiful aspen stands. We have a little bit of spruce and fir forest, and we have a lot of this lodgepole and a lot of pine beetle impacts. And so all of this juxtaposed next to town with our continuing concerns over fire risk moving into the future. That's what this slide is about, is just trying to visualize and just reinforce that we do need to do something in the backyard to mitigate for fire danger, wildfires. So what
I think our district ranger Adam Bianchi was here when the Peak 2 fire started, and he tells an anecdote that when that started, their plan was to backburn off of the rec path. They had nothing from Peak 2 fire down to town. So yeah, so that's what we are trying to get ahead of for the future, is when we get another fire back there. So we have a lot of dispersed recreation in the area, that we have more options now to stop it before it gets that close.
And so this is how we are capturing our purpose and need in our NEPA documents that were given to the public. What are things that we need? We know we need to reduce the fire risk. We know we need to more sustainably manage the recreational use out there. And then the third one that we've really added here is around the national monument, with that being designated after we started thinking about this project, we've added in that national monuments tell us to protect the objects of scientific and historic interest. And so how can we do that at the same time? It's another purpose of the project. Think things like the Mason Town and Ghost Town. So this is how we worked to try and conceptualize how to merge, how to plan fire mitigation and recreational experience at the same time. And what you're seeing there is the project area with all the system and proposed and non-system trail. Don't worry a ton about the trails at the moment. But the 3 zone colors, so we made this zoning idea, and we did it somewhat based on what we know about visitation in the backyard. What do people do and where are they concentrated? And so that blue zone is what we would call our recreation focus zone. And it kind of follows, it goes from Mount Royal, includes Rainbow Lake, and it goes up the Miners Creek Valley. We think about where people really concentrate in the Frisco backyard. You know, they walk from their house and they do that, they escape from their daily routine, they're close to town, right? And a lot of our tourists walk to Rainbow Lake, whether it be from the Miners Creek Trailhead or from Zaxton. And then I think we feel pretty confident that the Miners Creek Road corridor, same thing, like people ski that in the winter, they drive it a little bit, but there's a lot of people walking on that and the Peaks Trail there too. So if we were thinking of a spectrum of the way the public comments came back, on one end you can prioritize recreation, and on the other side you prioritize fuels reduction or fire mitigation. In that blue zone, we're going to prioritize our recreation experience. And that means we're going to do things like try and do fuels mitigation with a lower impact. So those areas, you'll see that we're proposing lighter on the land treatments, like removing the dead material or the down material. You'll see that there would be less like mechanical equipment kind of access, heavy equipment in there. You'll see that we're looking to lay out our fuels treatments in a way that blends with the trails visually, so it doesn't create this kind of stark contrast where maybe you have an area that's cut on one side and you're standing on the other. So we worked through this set of ways that we think we can maintain as good of a recreational experience there as possible while doing fuel mitigation, realizing it's right next to town. And then the other 2 zones kind of you step away. The red zone is the area that we're considering our priority, where we would do more fuels mitigation or fire mitigation. It's a little farther from town. It's up on the hillsides. It has less concentrations of recreation. It's going to have fewer trails in it. And then the yellow zone, greenish yellow there, kind of on the shoulders of Miners Creek Valley is our kind of middle area where we're going to have to balance them the best we can, and we have set up treatments that we think to mitigate the fire danger that we think we can lay out at the same time as trails so that they intersect intentionally or not. Maybe our trails can move, maybe our fuels treatments move, and we can keep them a little bit more separate. And so how do we do it? What you're seeing here is what we did LiDAR, the Frisco Backyard Project area, the drone. And what it can tell us is the type of forest that we have back there. And so these different colors that you're seeing on the map here are the different forest types in the backyard. So the yellow is aspen. The orange is lodgepole. And then you can, I'm squinting, you guys tell me.
The blue is spruce fir, I think.
The blue is spruce fir, and some of that gray dark are meadows or heavy areas with a lot of dead trees. Or areas like on the right side of the screen in the Ophir Mountain area that were already cut from a different project. And so what we try to do is use the natural, we have this beautiful, diverse, varied forest back there. And we try to use the natural boundaries of the stands to delineate how our fuels fire mitigation would take place. So you can see, for example, there's a big unit right up next to town that's mostly yellow, right? That kind of fingers out in a few different directions. In fact, you can see both of the units on the very north side of the project next to town are in the yellow. And so that's an area that's mostly aspen trees. And because that sat in our recreational focus zone, we've decided to take a lighter on the land approach there. But the idea with following the natural boundaries of these forest stands is we think it will feel more natural to a person hiking, riding their bike, whatever, experiencing the backyard, to go through treatments that kind of follow those natural boundaries versus lines that we create. Anything else? No.
And then here's the treatment types that we identified, so. The brownish orange is our dead and down material. The yellow, I believe, is the patch cut, so we would break up the continuity there with 5-acre openings where we cut all the live lodgepole. And then still throughout the unit, we would clean up the down. The red is cutting all the live lodgepole and the dead and down in there. So something to note is that the live aspen, spruce and fir in those units would get left. And similarly, the same treatment for the green units is all the live lodgepole, but those units had a lot of aspen in them specifically. So those we're calling aspen enhancement units because the goal is to enhance, everyone loves aspen up here. It's a huge draw for recreation. So if we get rid of the live conifers, the live lodgepoles that are in there, the aspen will really respond to those, especially some of the units have kind of older, more stagnant aspen stands that are beautiful but need some fresh life in them.
Do wildflowers come into this conversation? I don't know, that's a big draw as well.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, one of our, like we said, we have to do a whole analysis on this, so our different specialists are doing surveys. And then we'll write a report, an impact report, so that includes soils impacts, wildlife impacts, recreation, forest health, but botany is one of those. So botany surveys are completed now, they're writing the report. So anywhere they find sensitive species or sensitive habitats, we will buffer those out when we do the final treatment.
Specifically, we're also, some of the hope with going lighter on those closer to town units. Like I personally like looking at the flowers in some of those aspen stands behind the church. So we have some of that stuff in mind and you can kind of pick it out of those public comments. And so we're looking for ways to protect those experiences. But also realizing that the wildflowers and things like that specifically, we often get a new crop and a different show when we do treatments, like if you go to the Frisco Peninsula now, right? It's just covered in lupin. And so we're trying to think about it through the lens of experience.
On the radar at some point.
Yep.
And something else to point out here, this is different than we usually do field treatments. We want our fire mitigation as close to town as possible. So if we were really just focusing on the wildfire aspect, this wouldn't be the map that we have. We would have heavier treatments right behind the homes. But we feel comfortable with this because we've identified, outlined in blue there, a fuel break, you might call it, that ties Silent Bob down into our past treatments right around Rainbow Lake, goes across Rainbow Lake in that wet area, and then that red unit ties it up into the over.
Silent Bob is the
Yeah. So So we are, it's not right on the edge of town, but we still have a nice strategic fuel break there. That's,
So if I'm looking at Riverside Cloud, are we talking like east of that or? is it-
yeah, you can see it in the, do you have your pointer there, Sam, to point out where it is? Yeah, you can go around. Yeah,
It's okay, I just,
it's right,
So the bottom is right
There.
here,
oh, there we go,
and it comes to here.
cool.
Gotcha. And then the caps showing you is these ones we've outlined in blue. So in a typical project, we will cut all these trees right next to town. Because then you have a big gap between town and trees. But what we've done, we've flipped that a little bit with this thought, like, let's keep this stuff right next to town. A lot of it's aspen, you know, which is a little bit of a wetter species, but let's keep this and focus a little bit more on recreation in the place where people go the most. Let's move our sort of, you know, our fuel break. We were calling it catcher's mitt for a while. It's the idea being if you had a fire like P2 that came from the south, it would work its way through this project area and it would step down in intensity and hit that kind of more intensive area that's outlined in blue.
Is there any coordination with insurance companies where we're all getting whacked with insurance bills now? And if
Yeah.
anybody saying, if we do this,
I have that conversation somewhat often, homeowners will reach out to me asking about that. And I'll send them a map of treatments we have done on forest. And then I've followed up with them, like, hey, what did your insurance company say? And so far, insurance companies don't care about that. They just care about your defensible space, the first 100 feet or so around your home. I think it's a little short-sighted because like we saw in Buffalo Fire, like our fuels treatments was a huge game changer in preventing home loss. But that's a discussion higher above with all your congressmen, what I call people at that point. Yeah, so unfortunately, insurance companies don't currently recognize our national forest treatments.
Yeah, looking at this, just to be clear, make sure I've got the right impression here, the reddish zones would be your dead and live lodgepole extraction. You know, I get what you're doing here, and it's such a tough corner to be in for you guys. But I look at that and I think of the devastation of wild birds, bear, cat. So I mean, there's a lot that's going to disrupt. A lot. What is it about?
Well, wildlife is another analysis piece to this, and they'll write a report. But for the most part, wildlife is actually, yes, it may impact them, but short term. And by short term, we think on like forest timelines, not human timelines. So that's 10 to 20 years. And then those trees grow back. The thing we're trying to prevent is a high intensity wildfire out there that is going to create much longer term wildfire impacts to wildlife.
That's a utilitarian question. I see it.
Yeah, I know that's tough. It's like you never know what you prevent. But that is the goal. We don't want to be what Grand County is dealing with, as well as all their erosion and watershed issues on top of it all.
Well, part of our interdisciplinary team is a wildlife biologist, and you know that, so we will do different things to mitigate potential impacts, whether it's wildlife or other sensitive resources. They could identify certain areas that are key to certain species, and they might tell us to do something there or not do something there. And we carry that through in our decision through the process. The other thing is what we're kind of trying to do here is we're doing our best to try and mimic what nature would do, which would be to, if we didn't put out fires all the time, it would burn this in a mosaic kind of pattern, right? And some places would burn hotter, some places would burn at a lower intensity. And what you see here, not every piece of forest in those red blocks or in any of those blocks would be removed. Like you could imagine one of those red blocks, it could have half of that block could be an aspen and spruce fir forest. And our prescription here could be dead and live lodgepole. So all of that aspen and spruce fir could stay. Or maybe we have a wildlife mitigation or a wetland mitigation or something like that, we carve areas out. So, the zone that you're looking at here, the actual amount of area that I think you might think of as, you know, hurting wildlife. It's not the entirety of the zone.
I see what you're saying with your philosophy, maybe trying to mimic. I appreciate that.
And we do have standing design criteria that will apply out here since it's an elk management zone, which is no operations before June 20th for mature and elk calving. And then I know there's one known nest out there, falcon nest, and that's a July 15th limitation on that for letting them nest and fledge, so things like that and are gonna be applied as well.
Where do all the bears live?
Yeah, there is. I know we're living up around that.
Oh, there's a
15,
bunch of them. Got the little bear, Kool-Aid man bear, got the little bear.
They probably live everywhere.
Oh, they come back.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Something I should add to your question about wildlife is, I can think of specifically a trail that we've moved, we've moved 3 times in response to work consultation with CPW. In terms of, you know, the Parks and Wildlife have said, hey, here's a corridor, can you move that trail over here? So Sam and I and Forest Service have, you know, it's been very interactive, moving and doing what we can to accommodate known migration and birthing areas.
That's a good point. Our biologists along with CPW are generally more concerned about the recreational use than they are about the tree cutting. Tree cutting tends to benefit things like elk species because you get more grass afterwards, or you have, this is a pretty uniform area of forest. It's just, you don't see a lot of variety back there. You look back there, it's just those straight thick trees. So
Yeah, I appreciate that the recreational aspect is probably more devastating.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
but I mean,
long
that-
term.
That's, you know, what we can do about that, so you guys have been working on it, but recreation is,
That's part of decommissioning trails.
Yeah.
You know, to be able to keep access and all.
Yeah, part of what we're trying to do here is, we've moved trails out of areas that, we're told are calving, like we have elk calving. We have chosen to decommission more social trails in areas that are identified as elk habitat. And, kind of with that recreation zoning concept, we're gonna try to build trails to accommodate most people and concentrate them. Generally in rec planning, if we can do that, we wanna get to these billions of people, this high volume of use. We want to concentrate, we want to build to support them in concentrated areas versus this sort of never ending dispersal of the woods. Thank you for that.
One more thing before we move on to rec is overlaid on all of these units is we're analyzing for the action of long-term maintenance. So that 20 years from now, especially in these lodgepole units, when they're growing back a thick carpet of, you know, lodgepole like we have right now on the peninsula. At that point, they're young enough that we can thin them out, whereas when lodgepole are mature, if you try to thin them out, they all just blow, what you leave just blows down, it's their single age class, but when they're young enough, you can go in and thin them out to 8 by 8 or 10-foot spacing, so that it grows up a less thick forest that's more resilient to drought and wildfire. Insects and disease.
So just to keep us on track, we have a whole nother presentation to see after this, which is potentially gonna have a lot of questions affiliated with it. So,
Yeah, where are we at with our, do you know-
about 3 minutes, but you have more than that. My point is if we could just keep it moving.
Yep.
Sorry to be rude.
No, all good.
Yeah.
We had 6:15, is that where we should be done by 6:15?
Yeah. That'll work.
Okay, or you let us know.
Yep.
Here are the trails proposed actions, and I don't expect you to absorb this all, but green are existing Forest Service system trails. Gray are trails we would decommission. And brown are trails we would adopt. And you guys will have more chances to look at this closely later. But hopefully what you would see is some of what we're talking about with wildlife, some of these trails that are farther off in the woods, where we had really dense networks of social trails, we're trying to pare that down a little bit into a few more logical kind of loops. And then the map on the right, what we want to highlight there is winter use. And so the blue highlighted lines are places that the town would be authorized to drag room with a snowmobile. Not necessarily for like beautiful Nordic skiing, but for just maintaining snow surface for the masses of people who are back there.
That biking, snowshoeing, trail running, Nordic skiing, backcountry skiing, free.
And so this is a much more dense network of trails. And the Forest Service would typically authorize on a section of national forest. And the reason that we're looking at it this way, and with this amount of the winter snow maintenance also, is because we're doing this in partnership with the town. And you know, there would be a long-term commitment for the town to assist with the management, maintenance, and construction of this trail system. But I'd also say this is it, and it would be an amazing upgrade in the trail system in the backyard. This is it's more focused on the types of experiences we're trying to provide. We're intentionally trying to address conflicts between speedier visitors, like on bikes, and people walking at places like Peaks Trail around Rainbow Lake. So a lot of thought into this. And then I think we're getting close here. They're not really 18 slides. We stashed a bunch at the end in case you had questions. But this is our timeline to finish working through the NEPA process. So right now we've taken public comments, and the methodology that we talked about with you guys, this is the way we've been trending the last 9 months or so. What we will do is we will finish any field work this summer, and we will write the environmental analysis. And then everything will be presented back to the public for public comment. Scoping is more of this broad kind of conceptual feedback that we asked for last year. We took all our feedback. Now we'll present this refined proposal with the hope of having a decision late winter, and a draft decision late winter, and then being done in time for next summer. In terms of implementing the project, you know, I think we view it as a longer term thing. It's a lot of trails, it's a lot of fire mitigation work. We would starting next summer, we'd have some on the ground work to do to actually lay some of those things out and make sure they're interacting the way we want them to provide the experience that we're hoping to in the future.
To get funding and get contracts all laid out, yeah.
Yep. And we continue to work with the town on things like, are we looking at grant proposals? Are we looking at a lot of our fuels funds? We feel like, you know, we've got things like Summit County 1A and Denver Water money.
The Ski Conservation Fund and
Yes.
Nature Conservancy. Yeah, we have existing relationships with those that they fund our fuels treatments on for us, I guess.
So we work together to figure out how to fund this and sequence it or phase it over the course of time to be able to implement it.
The actual implementation would be 2026 when trails start getting rerouted. Steps.
But you that picture. What is that showing us? To what this plan is?
Yeah, you know, that's when we put this together, we were trying to give as many visuals of the actual Frisco backyard. And this is one that we had heard concerns about. This is if you're standing on the Peaks Trail looking kind of to the south toward Rainbow Lake. So, you know, this is the kind of thing we hope to do there's different things happening here. One is we hope to not leave this same visual in our future treatments, especially in these high recreation areas. But note that for the Forest Service, we're dealing with massive amounts of acres. In some places, we're gonna have to change our methods and be a little bit more in tune with the visuals that we want. The other thing here that's harder to see is, and if you walk, next time you walk back there, is just note what's changing in that area with the amount of aspen growing in, especially on the parts of it down near the trail, and how fast they're growing in. And I think we were trying to visualize that a little bit too.
Will there be a lot of like controlled burning and stuff in the future, or is it something that?
The actions here are making berm piles the way we mostly do it in the county. This forest type is not really conducive to actually like putting fire on the ground and letting it run through. That's not anything proposed here.
So you would leave piles and not burn them?
No, we will burn the piles, after they dry out. But as far as like actual like broadcast burning, that's not actually here.
Right, but burn piles is how you do everything.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of, we don't anticipate a lot of heavy equipment, kind of traditional logging in this zone. There's, I mean, one for aesthetics, some, but also mostly because of access is difficult. It's so steep. There's not roads. We don't want to build temporary roads. Sometimes turn into unofficial trails, stuff like that.
Can I jump in?
There's a bird pile.
Yeah, there's a bird pile. I guess mostly really for Martin and else, but kind of bottom line is I'm on some County Wildfire Council. I identified this area as we could look at this because to me, the biggest threat to this town and our way of life is fire, as opposed to any other natural disaster. We do possibly have flood to consider. But fire being the number one, right? And so with that, we brought it forward, it started gaining legs of its own. SE group identified, as they're doing the NEPA process, they identified a much broader area than the initial deal. Adam Bianchi, District Ranger, was laying out the map for the national monument at the very same time and just included the entire backyard into the monument. And so now, we've come to the point of the Forest Service has committed to doing this project basically unlike anything they have done before. And for sure, unlike anything they've done in Summit County. Because before, fuels reduction was really just based on acreage and taking everything out and clear cuts, you know. With that said, as it's being bigger, this scares the shit out of me. I'm sorry for, being on the record, but this is pretty extensive and it will be extensive and because of that, that is wholly the reason why Frisco needs to be involved in this process. We can't abandon this. We have to be fully part of this. And, as Sam had said, we can actually craft a document that covers some of the things that were important to us, even though beyond you guys have worked your way to a point here. There are other things that Adam had said as far as, if things start getting more heavy-handed than anybody really wants, we can all stop the project at some point. I don't know when that comes, how that works.
Approving these units doesn't mean we have to treat every single one of them.
Right, and so that's the scary thing of like every red area there having every lodge pole removed from that hillside, you're gonna see it from the trail, because it's up the hill, you know, I mean, like, there's no way you're not, so. It's big and it's very impactful. And the question is. You know, at this point, I don't think we even have the ability to say we don't wanna do it. We could say we don't wanna be involved.
Yeah, ready or not here at town.
It's all. Point, and so with that, we have to be involved. Like you know, and I don't know where everybody else stands, but future for, you know, the thinning process and planting process and everything else in the future as we go. This is a major deal, unlike anything that the Forest Service has done in the state.
So
As I understand.
Andy, with that, our other newest member's not here, but. For an example, on the scope, we doubled our input into this project when the scope grew. So we're involved, we're going to be there, Pete, his team's gonna be part of it and keep us in the loop. We're fully invested in this and seeing what happens. We're not gonna make everyone happy. I will thank the Forest Service for being so responsive to the public outreach. It was pretty darn impressive, from what I've seen thus far. I expect to see more of it going forward, going both ways, which has been great, super responsive. And with that, Pete's got 2 questions we need answers to.
We don't need them at this very moment, but as you read the memo, again, we come back to. Is council supportive of potentially collaborating with the Forest Service on managing the backyard? Number 2, is council supportive of staff exploring funding sources for management of the backyard?
This is an important aspect. We, Adam Bianchi said, if you guys take this on yourselves, and we funded the initial NEPA process. Adam then has said that he doesn't want Frisco to have to pay any of the future funds. That might change, obviously, because there are always gaps within whatever monies we're gonna get from, you know, federal or state. But you know, it's aside from, we just heard about our Tabor fund, our emergency funds. You know, we would use that if it burned back there, right? And hopefully we can prevent that from happening, but we have to actually plan with money in order to get to that point.
So Pete, if I can summarize what I'm hearing your 2 questions. Because they play off each other in my understanding, right? Are we interested in the future of bringing all of the backyard underneath our special use permit, just as we do out at the peninsula? And if the answer is yes, the next question is, does Pete and his staff have the go ahead to go explore funding of those positions? Is that how I'm understanding it?
It would be, it's a bit bigger than that, it's not so much funding positions, me adding additional staff. We would be looking at implementation costs that are in the memo of $750,000 to a little over $1 million a year. Remember, it's gonna be front loaded because we're gonna do an RFP for Rainbow Lakes, for Masontown, for the Peaks Trail. And we're also, remember, the rec pieces have to follow the fuels pieces. There are some areas that if we're not gonna do treatments, we could do the trails that are over, say, towards the high school. Those could, if they were funded, we could get going on those somewhat soon, once the NEPA is done. However, the priority is gonna be Rainbow Lakes, what I call the near backyard. We would be looking for more of a sustainable funding mechanism. You know, it'd be, you know, we come back every year, we put a line on it in the budget for my trails budget. We would need to, you know, look at the scope of what we're proposing back here to truly fund a Town Frisco Trails Department to implement these changes, and then we've got the ongoing maintenance piece. The Forest Service and Adam has said continually, he feels pretty good about, there's more funding available on the fuel side. Recreation side, it's a little bit more on Frisco. And again, remember, a national monument comes, you get a call from the White House, the way Adam described it, but there's no money. For fuels, for recreation, nothing. Congratulations, that's great. But now it's, it's up to the people in this room to think about, how we want to manage that.
As we see it, this is like a $12 million project that the Forest Service was hiring.
On the fuel side.
Yeah.
On the fuel side.
It's probably, what would you estimate? Is it another 10 on the recreation side?
Wow, really?
I thought we were more than 4 on 4, 6. Yeah, this is on the implementation
Right.
piece.
Ongoing maintenance being.
Yeah,
Operation
then we get to that. But again, it's front loaded. I'm not gonna hire 15 people we do a lot of this would be contract work on the front end, and then it's a similar model to what we're doing with PRA. And again, as you said, this is big, it's scary. Granted, the PRA, it's only 500 acres, but that place was devastated in 2011, and it looks pretty darn good out there right now. Also, to your question about wildflower, next year, the Forest Service says, we're gonna give you Forest Service approved seed mix to use out there. So they're thinking about it. So it's good to be ugly to someone who doesn't understand what's going on. Even if you understand what's going on, it's not pretty. But there's a lot of examples, we've named 5 miles where we are of, boy, forest comes back, and it looks pretty good. The wildlife is doing better, and recreational opportunities are there, and your house is not gonna burn down.
Right, you're just looking for us to say, go find the money, not we're committing to the money, right?
Correct.
But actually, if I could just add to that, it's more like we as a body should consider creating a fund for the future for, say, fire mitigation and or trails or combined. And we would have an actual fund where we're plugging money. It might be grant money, it might be general fund money, it might be, depending on all of the monies that need to go into this project as we're going. It shouldn't just be general fund money, it should be, we should be building a war chest for this.
Which is the request now of go find a war chest, right?
Sure, but it's not all on Pete to go find
Well, I'm
what's,
saying
what's,
because he's the town.
right, okay.
Because he's the guy who sat there and said, this is.
I don't know for the money, yes.
Just so I understand, we are looking at two things, one, again, whether we want to have a voice or not. My personal opinion is if something that's being placed on you, it's better to have a voice than not have. So I'll just start with that, that's one thing. On the actual, really trying to understand where the town would sit in the future, I'd like kind of more specific. Like with the scope of this be a completely new park. This be, like I said, 4 million or 10 million. I think I would need some more specific numbers. The Forest Service is going to do what they're going to do with their resources. So I'd really like to kind of maybe have the answer now. Narrow in, what are we really asking for?
And before Pete answers that, because I don't think he's prepared to fully answer that yet, I would say that if you say, go figure that out, we're gonna provide you options.
So that's part of what figuring.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
We don't actually have a full understanding.
That is correct.
And the good news is we can get very specific numbers. We know what it costs to maintain the trail, to build a new trail in this style, in this zone. So, Sam and I have looked at forest in terms of, each trail segment doesn't cost the same as others. And then within, say, the scope of what the RFP is for Rainbow Lakes, if town council's involved in funding, you're gonna have a seat at the table. What's that gonna look like?
But I think you've keyed in on and you've all heard the main point is that it's not a one and done expense. There's going to be an ongoing expense to this that the town is going to have to figure out at some point. And we don't know if that's okay or not yet. And that's what we need to develop options for you guys on.
Right, and where is money coming from?
Yeah.
From housing, coming from, where, obviously not housing, but.
These are the big priority decisions that you guys get to make.
First, I want to acknowledge the transit component. Thank you. It ties into a micro transit discussion we're already having here in town. So thanks for that information. I know where Kitty's at on this for sure.
Yeah.
But with that said, again, thanks you guys for the presentation. I would lean towards yes and yes. I want to see what we're looking at. We can't just sign off because we don't have the numbers yet, Pete, but you and I have had some maybe healthy conversations in the last few years. You know where I'm right. forgive you know, destination X, right? Call it, you know, Bentonville, call it backcountry skiing, all of those things, like that has an economic impact to the town in a positive, and we, as a body, with your information you provide to us, need to figure out how to make that happen. And it may look at up to and including a designated funding mechanism, is what Andy said. Anyone else?
I just have a little question about like the parking lot, it's like who's gonna be maintaining that or? I just was curious if we're adding something, I'm a yes and yes.
Porta potties right at porta potty at Martin Street right now. It's actually beautiful. I don't know if that's gonna last.
We currently, so we're, just to clarify, I don't know if it would be a special use permit, same as the PRA. That model is a little different, but what I think we look at here is expanding on the agreement that we currently have, which is you guys are already doing porta potties at the trailheads and trash pickup and
Trail clearing.
trail clearing.
We have we have existing cost sharing agreement. At a very low level.
That's a very flexible tool for us. The other thing I want to mention is I think that we see this as a true partnership project. So I don't want you to think that this is being impressed upon you. We are in this together, and this is a very because there's so much recreation so close to town. It's really high profile. It's in a monument. It doesn't work without us working on it together. So it needs to be something that you guys support and that we move through together. The scope of the tree cutting, our thinking around how to lay it out is different, but the scope of the project is within similar to what the Forest Service typically does. Booth Pools and Vale is our most recent one that I would say is similar to this. It's adjacent to Eastvale, a little different fuel type, but.
One thing I would add is, as I look at this, and we gotta keep moving, sorry, Gavin.
Yeah.
But as I look at this, Breckenridge we've got great trails, Breckenridge has great trails. Town of Breck went out and bought a bunch of mining claims, most of those are on town-owned property. We could have a similar network here through a partnership with the Forest Service and not have to purchase those lands, and we can, right, we're not the same entity. Just as a benefit to all of our folks.
To question one, I'm all in. I love the fact that we have 4 very different hats sitting at the table working collaboratively already. To question 2, I view it that what you have asked us is, we don't have enough information yet to have you make a decision on this topic, but we would like to go get that information. Are you okay with us doing that? Not 1,000% favor that. I think that's a precursor to our next conversation.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Good.
Good, thank you.
Thank you guys. Yeah.
You know, lay in our little beds, like you're going down. Tomorrow, I do. Well,
Say, yeah, I do. So before you guys get started, we're gonna go ahead and get our dinners.
Oh, yeah.
Because this discussion is gonna run into our 7
This
o'clock time, so
discussion-
let's go ahead, go get a plate of food. Let me start.
Working.
School.
No, you said you got yeah.
Hopefully everybody took it on,
Right.
but if you don't, then you're welcome to one of these.
Yeah.
I suppose, yeah, yeah, Jen and Shanks. I know if your wife and I have to place. See, that's very. Well, yeah. More meetings. Yes.
Wow, that's.
Well, you mentioned that there, let's get to base that question. Any questions? Thank you. Hello, how are you? Did you really do that? I rather would. Yeah. We're actually having. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You gotta go, Rick.
What's that?
Grab one. It's like, Vern, get your water. Here it goes.
Which is the more complicated.
They're like old school rec center.
Yeah. Your dog sounds like me. That's correct. So. It's so.
Didn't see there.
Is there a certain material?
Yeah.
So I get an invite that I don't respond to? No.
I think that's my.
No, that's.
Did you get that said you were watching?
Thank you.
And you're required to give 50,000.
So in the first initial line. I think maybe to do this. No, I think that you don't do that. Great.
Well, probably it's clean.
I know, we're meeting it. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So this is to talk about the new. Yeah. But.
It's just kind of like an admin meeting, we have like something pressing to.
Oh, yep, I can definitely do that.
Did I send that to you?
I don't know, it's on my calendar, so somehow. That would be great, thank you so much.
Look, and
Corey loves eating the chickens.
good to go on the recording now. Hey. Cool. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're eating. I'm not presenting to a hungry friend. I'm here to introduce Corey from Resource Recycling Systems, Jen with HC3, and Aaron is here too with the Summit County Resource Allocation Park, the scrap. And we are here to present on a construction and demolition waste diversion policy. Recycling construction and demolition waste like scrap metal and concrete cuts greenhouse gases emissions and reduces our need for mining. This promotes a sustainable construction industry and this aligns with the Town of Frisco strategic plan. By balancing development with environmental protection and addressing climate change. From December to May, IRS in collaboration with High Country Conservation led a comprehensive stakeholder engagement process, which I was able to participate. And they were able to gather input, build some policy recommendation, and they will present a CND policy framework that it's gonna focus on the construction materials management plan, recycling of specific materials in the deposit system. So yeah, please go ahead, Corey. Jen.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay. So thank you for having me. As stated, I'm Corey Ann Mansell. I'm a consultant at Resource Recycling Systems, and I've been working with HC3 for the past 7 months to conduct a stakeholder engagement process to look at construction and deconstruction and demolition ordinance or policy framework that could be a jumping off point for Summit County and other towns. Quickly, who is Resource Recycling Systems? We're an environmental consulting company of over 40 years. We have staff, over 70 staff across the country and to varying degrees across the globe. But we do have about 7 staff based in Colorado, including myself, that work on predominantly Colorado-based projects. We work closely with Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment, as well as partners such as HC3 to implement and support resource management system for waste production and recycling. The goal of the project was to develop a recommendation for a policy framework to increase the recycling and recovery of B&D waste in the county. I'll be talking through the process, the work to date in Summit, potential framework for policy, and then plenty of time for questions. Why construction and deconstruction materials? So annually, there are 600 million tons of C&D debris generated in the US. And to hone in on Summit County alone, there's 20,000 tons of material generated annually. So this is a huge opportunity to divert material from scrap and to put it to more beneficial uses such as reuse and recycling. And Summit is not alone in thinking about C&D policies. There are more than 125 C&D policies existing and in existence across the country that we utilized as jumping off points for these discussions about what could be tailored and implemented in Summit. Again, why are we thinking about this in Summit County? Well, C&D encompasses 30% of Summit County's landfill stream. So there we go. There's plenty of resources that could be put to more beneficial uses. This is also noted in the 5-year construction and demolition plan. It was identified that there's multiple opportunities for increasing through several different pathways, and one of them is policy. And then is a natural progression of waste reduction activities in the county, such as the implementation of pay as you throw and what's the county's rules could be supporting waste reduction activities. Again, the goal of the plan is a 40% diversion rate, and how are we going to get there? Well, one of the mechanisms and one of the tools that can be leveraged is a policy which encourages C&D reuse and recycling. So to go through the recap, we engaged many entities and stakeholders across the county and through different pathways along the 7-month process. Prior to working with HC3 under this partnership we had, Vert Sites led a C&D pilot that I'll highlight in just a few slides. And so that was working with building professionals and contractors in the county to assess what they could sort of separate and the best practices there. We had zero waste task force meetings, steering committee meetings, and then several engagements with building professionals as well as local government officials. Who participated in the zero waste task force? So of course, the entities that you see here are presenting and participating, as well as elected officials and town staff across the county, building professionals, waste and recycling haulers, and community businesses such as the Stevens Point. Vert Sites, again, prior to this stakeholder engagement process, worked with contractors to assess material management and waste diversion challenges and opportunities at local C&D project sites. The example project sites that they worked with were multifamily and single-family residential projects, and then had several key takeaways in that engagement. So some challenges that were noted were space, labor, market, infrastructure, so that infrastructure for those materials that are being separated. But certainly there was the construction materials management plans, engagement, and preparation of materials, which is certainly when recommendations. And it was a segue to this process with HC3, where we looked at a policy framework. So one of the recommendations was implementing a disposal policy for locally divertible material. Then this summer, we'll also be conducting a C&D composition study at scrap to further evaluate the types of C&D materials that are being sent to scrap. Implementing more additional resources and trainings for contractors, for building professionals to source separate these recoverable materials, and then execution of construction materials management plans, which I'll dive further into in just a bit. Here is a little bit of a summary of the engagements that we had with the Zero Waste Task Force. One thing I do want to note is in that beginning, that first initial meeting, we brought all of the policy examples and types that we found in place across the country, really laid it out all on the table. So we had a good jumping off point for what is out there and what could be leveraged and what could be modified for Summit. And then through that jumping off point, we then further honed in on what was resonating, what's feasible, what's actionable. And then also along that way, had touch points with the building professionals to inquire about their interests as well, such as through the workshop and the survey. And then concluded with a consensus check, which is a series of statements where the participants of the Zero Waste Task Force can say they strongly agree, but strongly disagree, and I'll provide that. The policy options considered, here's the kind of the big buckets of policy types. Diversion plans are also considered construction materials management plans. And so that is a template, a one pager that outlines the types of materials that will be generated and where they're likely to be recycled or reused and the potential weights of those materials. We have mandatory minimums, so a target diversion or recycling rate, such as a 35% diversion rate, or requirement of certain materials to be recycled. A ban on materials at the landfill, so not allowing the materials to be accepted. Incentives such as zoning relief or permitting expedited. Deposits, so refundable deposits with requirements. And then of course, always there's a catch-all of others. Summary of the builders survey. We had over 70 respondents encompassing a variety of contract types of building professionals, those that engage with remodels, new homes, commercial, residential, deconstruction, et cetera, as well as those that have projects conduct 1 to more than 15 projects annually. Certainly, I do want to recognize that over 90% of the respondents currently recycle, and we shouldn't forget that. We should acknowledge that and support that. The most commonly recycled materials include cardboard and scrap metal. But then at the same time, 90% reported that they do experience challenges that prevent them from recycling more materials, such as that we heard earlier in the pilot, such as cost and space. And then we also asked about policy types and what could be favorable or what could be a jumping off point, again, to be modified, as well as 80% of the respondents agree that recycling and recovering of C&D materials is important for the county. And when thinking and summarizing the policy preferences, we have agreement towards phased in over time, consistent across Summit County, consideration for the project size and type, such as new construction and demolition, such as project size based on square footage, and then also applying to demolition and new projects. So here is the kind of overarching policies statements that was part of the consensus check. So first and foremost, the staff should maximize diversion impact while avoiding unnecessary administrative burdens. And that I believe we can all agree on. We want this to be, a good jumping off point for everyone to be engaged, both from a staff perspective as well as a building professional perspective. And then also aiming for consistency across the ordinance requirements and reporting across the individual communities. So thinking holistically about the county and how the individual communities can be working together or working with the county to hopefully be as consistent as possible. Then also some recommendations. So applying this ordinance or to residential and commercial projects, as well as those that are under new construction, remodel, and demolition, with, of course, noted project sizes and exemptions to be determined by staff. The construction materials management plan to be a requirement or submitted when applying for a permit, which is a really important stepping stone for to start thinking about those materials that can be recycled and source separated and where they might be able to be sent for higher, more beneficial uses. Then also having the policy require specific materials to be source separated and sent for reuse or recycling. And then over time, implementing a refundable deposit that is a phased approach. So, in 2 slides, I was just about to say and talk more about each of those components. The construction materials management plan, here's an example of a 1-pager that is utilized by Fort Collins. where it notes the mandatory materials. It notes, or requests that the building professional contractor notes who they're hauling their material with, where it's going, and estimated volumes. One tidbit here is we, along the way, interviewed communities across the country as well as several in Colorado, including Boulder, Pitkin County, and how they've adopted their C&D ordinances. And Pitkin County uses Green Halo, which is an online data tracking mechanism for their C&D policy that helps calculate the diversion impact and potential at the job site. So it helps with their consistency across the county, and we can talk more about that in the questions. Required materials. So here, noting that an ordinance that focuses on materials that are currently recyclable at scrap is certainly key to the feasibility and reality of a C&D ordinance, but also remaining flexible to adding new materials as new opportunities arise, because our goal here is to increase the recoverable materials list currently at scrap. And so making ways that we can add to this list. This current list includes concrete, cardboard, scrap metal, clean wood, and single stream recycling. And so in essence, the same designated materials must be recycled at all project types, new construction, remodels, demolition projects, because there is that readily available market today. And as we reflect earlier in the builder survey, they are 80% are currently recycling, and the common recyclable materials are 2 of which are left here. And then deposits. So deposits can be vary depending on the project type and size. So it can be implemented based on square footage of a project, and then also have varying deposit amounts or structures, and then also phased in over time. And so this is something that when we talk to many communities, they recognize that they later needed to implement a deposit structure because they were not seeing the diversion impact without this mechanism for engagement. So for example, Fort Collins was looking at just a mandatory materials list, and now they're evaluating how to incorporate deposits because they're just not seeing the compliance that they would like to see, which compliance usually equals increased diversion impact. And so that's something that has come up along the way with the stakeholder engagement process, and there's different mechanisms and drivers for structuring those deposits. But again, has been a really successful tool for those that have implemented deposit systems. So in summary, in looking at the policy types, the 3 that rose to the top for potential is a construction materials management plan, a list of required materials, and then a deposit that could be phased in later. So it doesn't need to happen necessarily day 1. There can be resources and training in that first year, which we also learned from, I believe it was Boulder, that had that 1 year inroads to engage their contractors and building professionals before implementing the deposit structure. I wanted to allow plenty of time for questions. So of course, thank you HC3 for having our ads, and then also Town of Frisco for hearing the summary.
That deposit, would that be something that the builder would be deterred in getting a project and the size of the project, because they might not know all the ways to go.
So how we have commonly seen a construction materials management plan is when you're applying for a permit, you submit a plan, which is an estimated, what are you likely to be generating and how much, and again, it's fair and reasonable that it's an estimate, just to be thinking ahead about what sort of materials will be generated and where they potentially go for.
How do they get the deposit back?
Administrative staff, or
I mean, who's,
okay.
You know, as far as like you all type over. So you get so you're.
So usually with the mission of weight tickets, receipts, and those sort of confirmations. So Green Halo is a tool that is an online mechanism that helps with confirmation receipts. But there are communities such as Boulder that it's more paper log.
Really, your paper?
We would be looking at Boulder, probably recommend to get these in an Excel spreadsheet. So, my colleague Chris Walker, and Jesse Burley and some other Scranton County staff went to Pickett County to go, and the software they have in place over there called Green Halo really seems to work very well, and it's a semi-automated process. So when a contractor's driving across the scales, if it's trash from a job site that they have in their system, and then they drive over the scales and they say, this is 201 Belford, and they're driving wood, construction wood that can be diverted, then all those tickets are going into the 201 Belford project. Who lives there? But it's pretty automated, and then we can see what their different is. So, and then 96% of projects in Aspen or Pickett County are getting their deposits back. And they can be structured like the estimates, or they can be structured simply on a square footage basis, like just 5,000 square foot house is $1 a square foot, or 1,000 square foot. So
Does this affect like the homeowner?
Yes.
Probably. Yes.
And is there any connection between like having like a home fire, construction company and insurance? Like, how would that work? Because like a lot of times, if you have something like that happen, like you barely make it, like cost-wise with what your insurance company's gonna allow. And then.
Are you saying for a new construction project?
No, just like if you had a home fire,
Well,
and then you had to get a bunch of work done, and then stuff being removed from your home. I don't even know if it's
I mean, the
recycled.
town staff could easily make exemptions.
Yes.
For any types of project, either similar to that situation, if they were affordable housing, if they wanted, I mean, I would love to see affordable housing diverted, but
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering how that, you know, if you have to add something to a construction or like an insurance claim.
I think that's a really good point, because one of my things at these meetings was that people who like saved for a really long time to do a kitchen or bathroom or something, and now you add this component to it, and it could derail the whole thing. And so that's what I was thinking in the exemptions part, that maybe there can be like a certain income exemption,
Or
and maybe this is another.
I'm just curious if instead of an ordinance, instead of an ordinance, is there like a better way, like an incentive, like a quality incentive to, I don't really know. I'm just asking a lot of questions. So banned materials like that, where do those things go? Like just into the landfill or?
so thinking about earlier on, one of the larger policy buckets that we did not move forward with is the material disposal ban. And that is when the landfill bans certain materials. And with that, usually it usually comes with a notice of non-compliance. So I know in Massachusetts, for example, like the landfills have banned materials, and then they get a warning from the state agency that has mandated these materials to be banned at the landfill. So that it gets recycled. So like Fort Collins has a cardboard ban. I mean, our current landfill, due to state regulation, you know, you can't put computers and electronics in the landfill. I mean, are they snuck in sometimes? I don't know. But paint, so it has to be recycled if it's banned. But the zero waste task force did not recommend that. They didn't.
So right now, where would these items go?
Yeah, but the ones that were suggested as required materials are the ones where there is a recycling method for. So you can go to the years
Cost.
at the landfill, some encounters communication parts that. So we only are recommending materials that can be recycled. So they wouldn't have to be given any scrap. The main cost would be for contractors to work on site.
I'll add something real quick. We were talking about setup.
One of the challenges right now that we have with the builders and community and contractors, it is to where things are not separated now. And there is an incentive and there's a cost savings if those things are separated. So when they come to our facility, we have those programs in place. We have those buckets are available, but no one's really utilizing them now. So currently, a lot of that material is coming into scrap unsorted, right? You know, Pickens County, the dilemma they have over there is they're running out of real estate. So they're scraping lots and they're building bigger, you know, higher square footage homes. And it's costly to do that. And scrap in Summit County, I think you all know, we have that same conundrum. It's starting to happen here. We're seeing a lot more of demolition. And if we have those programs available, it's just not coming in separated. So that material management plan helped put down a product to where we've identified the material that we actually have and market for and can process here in the community, but then also get the contractors or builders to separate those things. And it, that, you know, that cannot be expensive or it cannot be an additional cost. Sure, but could there be a cost saving? And is there an incentive where you separate those materials? So
Right now, the landfill does have an incentive for builders. In general, though, the incentive is not enough. But their cost is separated.
So we have a couple of questions. One is I want to start my premise with this. This is not a problem I see as a landfill space problem because the county isn't motivated. The only reason we have a landfill space problem is because there's a mandate that all trash be delivered to the county's landfill. If we go by economics, then we'll have a transfer station and we'll ship everything down the hill and everybody saves money. So I start with the fact that the county hasn't gotten around to pass and pay as you throw. It makes no sense to have any conversation about a concern about the landfill filling up because there's an alternative that is not being discussed, which is why don't we pull out of the requirement that we deliver all of our waste to the county's landfill so that our haulers and our homeowners can pay more than the market would dictate if they just ship it down the hill. So that I start with the whole fill the landfill thing. That's an economics issue for the county to deal with. If it's a climate change issue, let's have that conversation. But my personal view is take the fill the landfill thing off the table because it's just an artificially created problem that can be solved with the stroke of a pen. Cost wise, I'd ask Nico, I'm assuming he passed it on to you guys. What's the cost of this? Meaning, I think I laid out a $15,000 deck, a $100,000 kitchen, and a 2,000 square foot house. You got lots of opportunities to look at other markets. How much is this costing the homeowner to hire the contractor to implement this process? And for all these additional costs, the whole reason that the recycling system doesn't work is because there's not a market for the recyclables that will motivate people to do it. If it's cheaper to throw it in the landfill than it is to recycle it, then throw it in the landfill. Why don't we subsidize? Guy shows up with 10,000 pounds of steel. Let's use all this extra money that we impose upon our community and pay the contractor. You know, we're obviously flush with money because we're going to some way or another impact everybody with this.
So with that, Andy, we have about 1 minute to 7.
Okay, my view is this is a horribly unready for prime time conversation. So we did this as pay as you throw. It was unprepared. The county has proven the unpreparedness of the pay as you throw conversation by not passing it. I don't want to make the same mistake now. Then we can have a conversation about how much is this going to cost? Who's going to be impacted? What are the rules? Bring us something. The fact that it's like, hey, you know, unicorns and rainbows, let's recycle more, let's repurpose more. Okay, I'm in favor of that. What's the negative impact? Until we have that conversation, I don't see us ready to make it. to have a.
We're not, and that's not the ask, and it
It
will
is
be.
the ask. The ask was to move this forward. I mean, the ask in the report,
I think it says support and guidance.
and I don't support this based on the information that's been provided. I guide you to bring back a real proposal that balances the benefits with the costs, and then let's have a conversation. But this is the second time, and every time we have environmental conversations, it's the same thing. Isn't it great that we're gonna recycle? Oh, yeah, there might be a cost, but we'll figure that out later. So.
And with that, if I may, I am uniquely qualified here. Because 20 years ago, when I got my green building certificate from CSU. I started a company called Unbuild, and we was going to construct houses as a career. I took one house down. It's incredibly labor intensive and cost intensive. And I'm sorry, but the offset from the landfill doesn't remotely compare to the amount of time that it takes to cut off nail ends of wood so you can reuse it. I think it's great. I think it needs to happen, but this needs to be a statewide, a countrywide thing. This is not like something that Briscoe should impose on their builders. You know, I mean, like 20 years ago, it was $40,000 to deconstruct a 3,000 square foot house without asbestos abatement, which today, asbestos abatement is happening all around me, right, on Miners Creek, is $40,000 to just take out drywall and insulation in the entire house. And then the other issue is like, it's one thing when you're taking down an entire house, and across the street from me, there's a loader completely flattening the house, and in 3 days, it's gonna be gone and in the landfill gone, right? As opposed to months of taking things apart and trying to save things, and you know, so this has to happen. This is not the time or place right at this moment that this is gonna happen. Like, this needs to happen broadly. You know, it's got to be, the entire county has to be behind this.
Right, and I agree, they're presenting to all the towns and the county,
Yeah.
and I agree
Yeah,
that
yeah,
it has to
but-
be a county-wide.
Typically.
I don't agree
Wait,
that we
wait,
don't do it
wait,
because
wait.
other people are doing it.
That's fine, but typically, just like as we came forward with pay as you throw, or as we came forward with plastic bottles and all these things, we wanted to be bold and we wanted to be leading the way. This right here, you're gonna cost individual owners tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
From this one action.
There were builders involved in this conversation who did not seem to be concerned. They were on board.
There were 5 builders on your list. You said 5 builders and 1 architect. You know, we could talk 10 times that any day of the week. You know, and that's not difficult. This is a good thing that has to happen. But in this place right now, in this way, this is not the way. Like, it has to happen across the board.
So
And
with
then everybody
that-
will comply.
Andrew, we're not giving directions, right? We don't have enough information to everyone's point. Nico, are you getting a message of what we would like to be next time?
Yeah, I think there's an emphasis on seeing costs, on trying to see examples, on effects on owners. I think there seems to be a consensus and
And
concern
builders.
about owners
And builders.
and
Like,
builders.
talk to builders.
Could we be motivated to care about the landfill?
Yeah, and I think there's 2 points, and you mentioned it's recycling. It's not just about landfills, there's also environment, there's mining,
Big difference.
and there's a big difference, and I think it's good to be clear about what Frisco wants to be stewards of the environment. And who is in charge of the landfill, so I think we have to be clear on that and why are we doing this, I agree, so yeah, that's my takeaway.
We're gonna call it at that. We'll move on to the meeting.
Lisa.
No, that's okay, we can talk it out next time.
Talking about the future of the landfill.
The future of the landfill is it fills up, then we open the transfer station and we ship everything down the hill and save money. So we can do that starting tomorrow, and the landfill will last in perpetuity. If we stop using the landfill because we have to, let the trash haulers haul the trash to their economically
makes the most sense.
But then your hauling creates carbon footprint. So I'm just saying, I learned a whole bunch by visiting the scrappers.
It's a phenomenal tour, it's a phenomenal facility. But it's a county-owned, economically driven facility.
Economically driven.
It's driven by money.
Well,
Whether
it
they
has
make
to
money or
be.
lose money. No, but that's why they mandate that we have to use it, it's because they want the revenue.
Well, I think the revenue keeps it going, and in order to keep it going, you have to.
But until you fill it up.
Right.
Then it's done. It's just like us using our water right completely. And then we use it. I don't know. Then it's the next step. You know,
Thanks for all the feedback, everybody. Thank you guys for coming. We got, yeah.
He's got a beard now. Well, I guess we'll do it.
He's a really. Yes.
they try to, and we hope to see you in the future.
Just. Buy money. We. It's really. No, I know, I think to show you about the other. Gave everybody a slot. And then we took. Yeah. To get rid of it. Yeah. And so.
Never, it was never.
I just felt it was unbelievable that they stopped there. The second work session. They were to their time. So they didn't get the. No, I'm. Like, I think they're gonna get to
Running into the beginning.
It's all.
At the wedding, at the reception.
All these fully aware.
Need
I've got daughter 26 and another 22.
You guys.
I'm not gonna pressure her, I want some.
So he doesn't, his mess stays on that side.
As interesting as this conversation is. 7:16, let's start the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council for June 25th, 2024. So with that, I hereby open the meeting and let's move to a roll call.
Alan.
Here.
Blanco. Here. Lincoln.
Here.
Aronson.
Here.
Scrivener Adrian. Here. Held. And Kibbe is absent.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor for any public comment. No public comment. I'll now close public comment and we'll open up for mayor and council member comments. Wanted to say welcome back to Chris McGinnis after his maternity leave and his new baby at home.
His was paternity leave.
Right,
but-
paternity.
I mean, just to be clear.
Cool. Welcome, Chris. Any other comments? Great. I'll close mayor and council comments and town manager, any updates? Staff updates?
No comments tonight.
Okay. With that, no staff updates, we can move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion to approve and a second for the consent agenda. Please call the question.
Blanco.
Yes.
Scrivener Adrian.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Kibbe is absent. Alan.
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
And Incan.
Yes. With that, the consent agenda passes. Our first item on the new business of this evening is the first reading of ordinance 24-10, an ordinance approving a second amendment to a recent development agreement between the town of Frisco and the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority, the NHP Foundation, and the NHPF West Main LLC as an amendment and restatement of the development agreement between the town of Frisco and the NHP Foundation dated as of May 23rd, 2023, as related to the affordable housing development to be constructed at 101 West Main.
So let me start this out. And really mainly it will be Thad and probably, I don't know if John is on yet. It might just be Thad. Explaining things today, but really this comes back to the 101 West Main project has been developing for a long time. It was is what originally NHP brought to the town to attract a relationship in order to build two affordable housing projects. We have been working diligently since we talked to you last about financing around the 602 Galena project on these documents because there is a deadline coming on August 1st for NHP to turn in their application for a 4% round of LIHTC financing. So in order to have them ready to do that, the development agreement needed to be restated and amended. As well, during that process, NHP solidified for their LIHTC application, their capital stack for that project. It identified a gap and some reasons for that gap being for the town to consider covering portions of that gap. So with that, and because it's been a while since we've talked about the 101 West Main project, we've invited representatives from NHP today to give a short explanation of the project again, just to get everybody back into the same realm on what the project is. And then we'll get into the development agreement and the possible award letter. And so you're up.
Oh, all right. All right, thank you, council members. My name is Megan Caston. I work for Norris Design, and we've been working closely with the Foundation as well as the town for a few years on this. So I'm excited to be standing here in front of you. We're gonna just do kind of a quick overview. Seeing. It's my first time with this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's not. Okay, stop just. Okay, all right, well, that really got my adrenaline. So anyways, we're gonna try to keep this short. We know that we have a lot to talk about. We're really gonna start with an overview of just kind of the history of the needs in the community, but also what Frisco's been doing over the many years to address them. We're gonna talk a little bit about the partnership with the foundation, and then I'm gonna give a brief presentation of kind of what's happened. I know when we were here in February, it was a specific ask to see the architecture again and review what sketch plans saw on Thursday. So we'll be doing that, and then we're going to go to some finance structures and next steps. That will obviously be Lauren, not me. Right. So just a really quick overview. This is the 2023 housing needs assessment numbers. And what I really want to highlight with this is for the county, it was a 588 rental units at below 60% AMI. And I'm really proud to say that this project would be fulfilling 32 of those units, which is awesome. But when you put it into the overall need, it's about 5%. And then about the same thing with the 60 to 80%, we're doing something in one of our strongest needs in an area that can really support it. So by providing 20 units, we'd be providing and meeting about 4% of that need. So those are really the things I wanted to highlight here. It's really drastic, and this isn't a problem for just our community. This is a problem that is bigger than any one community and bigger than any one initiative or way to address it. So we're really thankful that Frisco is open and dedicated to helping address it, as well as their creativity, and they're willing to work through it. Because if it was easy, everyone would do it, right? That's what people say anyways. And I just wanted to really quickly kind of go back to 2006 when voters did approve to support affordable housing through a tax increase. I think that's kind of a really cool starting point. And then I'm going to jump to 2017 when the Frisco Housing Task Force was formed. And we looked at town-owned land, and we looked really seriously at how we can start to address housing within this community. And it's really grown since then. And now we are currently standing here in front of you with 100% workforce housing project, deed restricted in perpetuity for rent. So those are some of the strategies kind of going over. I'm really proud again of Frisco for having a lot of these different approaches. It's not one approach. That's not going to solve the problem. And to be open and minded and to use all of our, best solutions is the way to do this. And I'm really happy to say that we're going to, be doing a project here that's using the density bonus. It's utilizing a public-private partnership. And then it's also utilizing special funding mechanisms such as the low-income housing tax credit, which they'll be applying for August 1st. And I'm going to turn it over to Lauren to talk a little bit more about how NHP and the town of Frisco have joined forces on this specific project.
Thanks, Megan. Good evening, council members. For the record, I'm Lauren Avioli, Assistant Vice President with NHP Foundation. And for those of you who have not, who are on the dais now and haven't been here for the last year or so, and for people listening at home who might not be as familiar with all the stages of the project and how we've gotten to where we are, I just wanted to contextualize it a little bit for you and set the stage for why we're here tonight. So Megan already gave a good background on what the town of Frisco has been doing to address its affordable housing crisis. NHP Foundation is a nonprofit affordable housing developer that constructs affordable housing for communities across the country. And late 2022, early 2023, we approached the town about its potential participation in the redevelopment of 101 West Main. And through those discussions, we started talking about a partnership that would also include 602 Galena, which the town owns. So last May, or I guess May 2023, the one before that, we entered into a development agreement with the town that actually covered the development of both sites. But as Tom mentioned, as we've gotten farther along in the planning and the compiling of financing and the putting together of the development programs, we've realized this one development agreement really should be two. One agreement for one site, one agreement for the other site. And so that is agenda item 1 under your new business today. A little bit about the NHP Foundation, again, for those who haven't been following the ins and outs of this over the last year. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We were started in 1989. Growing out of the federally chartered National Housing Partnership, which Congress created in response to the riots of 1967, 1968 to build affordable housing and spur community development across the country. And for the last 35 years, we've developed over 18,000 units. Our current portfolio is a little bit under 10,000 across like 16 states. Our mission is to preserve and create sustainable service-enriched housing that's affordable to low and moderate income households and is beneficial to their communities. And here in Frisco, we've been extremely lucky to have a really talented and dedicated local team to whom we're so grateful. And I want to make sure that I give them this really important shout out. Their expertise has been invaluable in making sure that this development meets Frisco's unique needs, but also adheres to its values and to its unique character. So that team has been led by Alan Guerra Architecture, Norris Design, and Alpine Engineering has provided civil engineering on the site. So since 2023, we've been working with the town to complete the design and entitlements and compile the financing on 101 West Main. And this schedule here that you see shows what we've done on 101 and what we've done on 602 Galena. But if you just look at the green bars, and I realize it's like too small to see here, but that's 101 West Main, the green stuff. All along the way, we've worked with the town to apply for $5 million in a land banking grant from the state that was awarded in January, $4 million from the Strong Communities Grant, which was awarded in April and will cover both projects. And we're also applying for additional funding of over $1 million from the More Housing Now grant opportunity, which is also a state grant. So all told, we have 10.3 million for these two projects that's secured or about to be secured, which is really kind of an unprecedented amount of money, soft money from the state for this project going into a tax credit application, and I think is going to serve us really well. This is really an anticipated development timeline, more than a preferred one, but I wanted to highlight that, I mean, it's preferred and also we anticipate this is what's going to happen. I wanted to highlight that we received our site plan approval on June 20th, so last Thursday from the Planning Commission for 101 West Main, and Megan's going to go through the site plan and the architecture a bit in a moment. She already mentioned our tax credit application is due to the state's Housing and Finance Authority, CHAFA, on August 1st. Awards are typically announced in November, and then we'll be running hard to get the building permit approved and all of our financing documents put together, closing hopefully by the spring of next year, starting construction immediately thereafter, and leasing up by the end of 2026. And so I'm going to turn it back to Megan to talk about the site context and the design, and then I'll come back and close us out with some discussion of the finances and the structure. Hello again.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk really quickly with a site context, and also I'm going to go through pretty much the same presentation that Planning Commission got on Thursday night. So you can see the latest that's been happening with this project. I will say, kind of in the history of planning, this project has been approved underneath the PUD, the Plan Unit Development. I think the last time I was standing in front of you, we were talking about that. Essentially, the plan unit development follows the housing incentive overlay, with the exception of the amount of parking that we can put on the street. Our project is in full compliance with the PUD and has been approved by Planning Commission underneath the PUD's, I don't know the right word for it, jurisdiction. So yeah, just really quickly, site context. We always like to put this in perspective. The dark orange is a half-mile loop, and the light orange is 1 mile from the site. So you can kind of really understand that as it relates to Main Street as well as Summit Boulevard. Here is the current 101 West Main Street building as it sits. One of the things that's probably unique to mention is that as you get into the west end of Main Street, the buildings really fall away from the street and they don't relate to the pedestrian experience along Main Street and along the sidewalk. So that's one of the things we really want to highlight when we get into the site planning side of things. We really feel that our building will help to make an entrance that's very welcoming to the community and really hold that corner and kind of anchor it in terms of how it fits within the context of Main Street. Here it is again, zoomed in a little bit. You can see here that we've also put bus stops. There's bus stops right in front of this building. We think this is really important to its appeal to those lower AMI rates. Those really are people that do use the bus as a way to get around our community. And a little bit into the architecture here, you'll see this door. Oh, come on, mouse. This door here, this is the lower corner that is the commercial space or the office space, and the rest of the building is housing. So this is the view from Main Street, and Creekside's on the left here. Right, and I'm just going to go through a few of these different elevations. Clearly, there's not an actual step down in the parking lot. We just didn't fancy the grading out there. So ignore that, but the parking is real. There is clearly a 1 foot contour right there. So this is what you see from the Main Street facade. This is what you'll see as you're coming up Creekside, approaching Main Street. So if you're driving towards Main Street from Creekside, this is kind of the view with the driveway on the left. This is the view if you were across the street from the river. And the view from the southeast corner, which is looking at the property line as well as again back towards Main Street. So you can see that same office building right there. Really quickly, the materials, we do have a board somewhere in this building if anyone cares a lot. I don't want to make Katie go find it really quickly or anything like that though. But really looking at materials that fit very well within the context of our town. And everyone's favorite conversation, parking. I'm focusing primarily on what we're doing with the street parking here. This has been fully engineered. It was a requirement. Well, I shouldn't say fully. It is engineered to the point that Chris has been able to look at it and talk with the engineer, and we will finalize drawings from this. But what you're looking at is 17 bays here, 9 bays here, and 5 bays here. So some of this parking, 11 of these stalls are existing. We are adding to them for a total of 11 existing plus 20 proposed on street for 31 on street parking spaces in this area. 9 of the on street parking spaces on this end of the street will be will act 9 plus 4, because 4 is for the office space, but those 9 plus the 4, so 13 spaces over here will act just like any other parking spaces on Main Street. They will not be signed specific to this project. They will not have overnight permit parking. They will be for the good of the community and for places to park on Main Street. Oh, I also, hold on. Where's my landscape architecture skills? One of the other things that we're going to do as we improve these parking is we're going to bring the street lights, the brick, the treatments of Main Street that you see in on the east end of Main Street. We're gonna bring that down this way so that the sidewalk will relate and kind of pull that character onto West Main. We are going to replace tree for tree, any trees that will have to be removed in this process as well. So it'll be 8-foot wide concrete with the brick band. And then just to end on the site plan here, just looking again at the 52 units, there is going to be a public access easement in the back here. Essentially the entire, wow, this mouse is really not my friend. The entire along the river corridor will be a dedicated public access easement for future development. No, sorry, the mouse is, yeah, the mouse has got me off my game. Okay. No, it's public easement for whatever the town chooses to do with it in the future, not development. Sorry about that.
Not part of the development plan.
No, it is an easement that will be dedicated and it's a full 25-foot from the edge of the wetlands up back to the river. And that was actually after my conversations with staff that they would prefer to develop it when they have additional easements along there to create a trail system. That's why our easement's so big. They'll be able to put a trail pretty much wherever they want to in that zone. Right, and I'm getting a little bit more into the total number of units, like I said, is 52. There'll be 8 studio on the first floor, 8 on the second, and 8 on the third. So you can see things are really stacking, which helps keep our construction costs as low as we can. And really just looking at the mix of studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units to hit the 30 to 80% AMI with an average of about 60%. I'm going to turn it back over to Lauren to dig into the architecture a little bit more.
I'm kind of wondering. But anyway, what I wanted to talk to you about on this slide is really the unit mix and the affordability levels. So the units are going to serve a range of incomes. They will all be low-income housing tax credit units. So they will serve on average no more than 60% of the area median income, and they will go from below 30% up to 80% of the area median income. You might have seen in the development agreement that was posted online a table that shows a range of units from 30, 50, 60, and 80. And if you could see this table here, you would see that the 5 units allocated to the 60% AMI bucket have been reallocated to the 50% and 80% AMI buckets. And that is because last week we got a market study back that indicated we wouldn't have enough demand at 60% AMI to meet CHAFA, the state's capture rate thresholds, which whether or not we really do have demand for 5 households at 60% AMI is a different question. You know, I think we could argue based on the housing needs assessment that Megan pulled up that we absolutely could find folks and make a dent in that income bracket. But we want to provide the most competitive, complete application to CHAFA that we can in order to win the tax credits. So what we've done is reallocated those 5 units to the 50% and 80% buckets while maintaining that below 60% AMI average. And that way we are meeting all of the capture rate requirements. There was a little more room for absorption in those buckets. So what we have is 10% of the units will serve households up to 30% AMI. A little over half, 52% of the units will be for households up to 50% AMI. And then the remainder, a little more than a third, will be for households up to 80% AMI. So really trying to capture that spectrum of different income levels. If you go back to the first slide, if you ever want to look at this presentation again, you can see some of the occupations that will serve. So everything from waitresses to behavioral health counselors to auto mechanics to highway workers fall in those income ranges. And so moving on to the financing details or the capital stack, Tom mentioned we've been doing a lot of refinement there. In addition, what's not on this slide, a permanent loan of about $5 million we'll have as a first mortgage, a conventional loan on the property, but the low-income housing tax credits and the state housing tax credits make up half of the funding that we need to finance this development. Back in 2023, the town did provide an acquisition loan of $2.5 million for us to purchase the land from the private seller who owned it at the time. And a condition of that loan agreement was that the money would actually stay in the deal as permanent financing and be repaid out of a percentage of net cash flow over the tax credit compliance period, such that at least $500,000 would be paid, and if not, then at a refinance, a principal payment would be made of $500,000 at least on that loan. I've already mentioned the Strong Communities and More Housing Now grants. Those will go to fund things like the on-street parking and the realignment of the street, sidewalk utilities, and the landscaping that Megan mentioned. And that landscaping is going to help protect those condos next door from that on-street parking, buffer it a little bit, that we're going to build. The land banking grant of $5 million will provide additional support and will allow the property to be maintained as affordable in perpetuity with the town ownership. We are deferring $840,000 about of developer fee, and that gets paid off out of project cash flows in year 12, which is pretty much when tax credit investors kind of want to see that getting paid off. So we're deferring about as much as we can. The town, as you might have seen in the development agreement, is entitled to 10% of the whole fee, which right now would be about $313,000. And then we are here tonight to talk about the remaining gap. So that's, I guess, the next item on the agenda, but that gap is driven by two things. When we talked with council and the planning commission about the ground floor non-residential space, which was included in the PUD because we recognized that this was a mixed use site on Main Street and the town felt it was really important to maintain some kind of ground floor commercial office, non-residential use. We talked about the fact that the state housing tax credit agency does not like to see unfunded commercial or office space in applications. They see it as a project risk. And unfortunately, tax credits for affordable housing can't be used to pay for non-residential construction. The half of that $2 million is $1 million to cover the cost of the design, build out, the design construction, and then build out the finishes, the drywall, the fixtures for that commercial office space. The other 1 million is a gap that remains on the residential side that we are asking the town to consider filling. And I want to restate a commitment that we've made before to this body, because I think, you know, it's an important thing to keep reminding you and the community. We're going to continue to look for additional sources of funding to reduce the overall gap financing from the town. We just have to have identified 100% of our financing for this tax credit application. But we've already been talking with Leslie Edwards and looking at the concessionary debt financing that's going to open another round that's funded by Prop 123 money. And we will certainly keep an eye out for more grant programs like the ones I've mentioned before, so that as we obtain new sources of financing, we can commensurately reduce what we're asking for from the town. And then the project structure, I just wanted to put a slide in here, but it's outlined in the development agreement. The town of Frisco would own the land through the land banking grant and be part of the limited partnership through the housing authority. The housing authority would have a stake in the limited partnership, which owns the development, the improvements, the building on the site, and in that way provide a property tax exemption. And then obviously the gap financing that I mentioned. There is also a right of first refusal in the development agreement that would allow the town to purchase the development if NHP decided to exit at any point. And I think our attorney, Ben Doyle, is on the phone and Thad is here to talk more about what that means from a legal standpoint, but I wanted to point it out to you. And then NHP's role would be as the developer to provide all financing and construction guarantees. And then as part of the ownership structure and as the operator of the property to provide all operating guarantees throughout the affordability period. And then finally, an asset management function of NHP. And what we do for all of our properties is employ and oversee the local third-party property manager, which we would do here as well. And then finally, I don't really know how to make this bigger. I wanted to show you the capital stack as it currently exists here and what's driving the $2 million gap. And one thing in particular I wanted to point out was on the sources side, this DOLA Division of Housing gap financing source. So typically the state Division of Housing has gap financing for tax credit projects. It ranges from like 40 to 55,000 a unit, depending upon the year, depending upon where the development is located. But unfortunately this year, they have said that they don't have any funds for tax credit projects in the upcoming round. So we are looking for ways to kind of to fill that more than $2.5 million gap. And one of those ways was to increase our state housing tax credit ask, which we're able to do since the legislature allocated more funds to state tax credits in the last session. And then the other way is, talking about the opportunity to get some local funds in the project. So, and I think that is the last slide. Yes.
What are the amounts possible from the other rounds of funding that you said would be coming up, other than well, not the DOLA housing gap financing, but you mentioned another one. I don't know, was it?
Yeah, concessionary debt. So that one would be a subordinate loan. And I think that interest rates are probably, they probably change based on the project dynamics. What Chaffa has said for the first round was that they would be below market. So, we could think about something around 1 or 2%, but I think it would depend on the project underwriting. So I'd have to size that one. Maybe we could get like $1 million or $2 million. We've also looked at the Housing Opportunity Fund, which is another subordinate debt program that Chaffa operates, though they have also said that they don't really have that much this year. In years past, they've used Capital Magnet Fund grants in that place, and that's like $750,000 a project. So.
Okay. Martin, just to sort of bring you more up to speed, we all decided that the commercial was that important, and the problem was that we're gonna end up having to pay for the commercial. Like that was, we knew going in that was what it was gonna be, instead of doing 100% residential on this particular property. So that's why we're here this moment.
Couple of questions. I promise they're all easy ones tonight. Sure, that's what I will. You can decide that after I ask the question.
You go get to weigh in on that.
We circled around a lot about maintenance on the parking area. Where did that land? I didn't.
Yeah, so as a condition of, well, I guess it's part of the PUD. So it's memorialized in the records, recorded on the property. We have to enter into a parking management plan and a car sharing agreement prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. So the parking management plan talks about how all those on-street spaces would be managed. It has the templates for the signage that would be used that I think has been based on what was previously tried over the past year with the townhomes nearby. And we'll be working with Public Works in case they have updates there to make sure that we're signing things properly. That includes the hours that people can't park there for snowplow operations. For the overnight parking spaces, those will be managed by the property manager. they often manage parking, you know, as part of a lease agreement. And as part of a lease, you have to agree that you won't have inoperable vehicles. We've talked with Chris about making sure that there's no oversized vehicles or trailers or that kind of thing. And the property manager will have the ability to get those towed. So that is something that we have to enter into before we can receive our certificate of occupancy.
Not here as always. It was, hopefully the street parking is put to you in the document, even if the town public works finds it easier, then we can take it over. But the burden should be on you, but that's, I'll leave that to, you're looking at me like you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm just reiterating so it doesn't get forgotten. When you showed your here it is, permanent sources. I'm a little curious why we're basically buying $1 million condo, 1,500 square foot office condo, right? So it's not a loan, it's the purchase price. Okay, just making sure I'm understanding it. Are there any use restrictions beyond our zoning code for that space? Great. And lastly, this is just, and I don't know, I hope this is possible because we're last dollars in, which means we now have a higher level of motivation to value engineer the project. Is it possible for you to come back and give us a number for what it's going to cost to build to code or to build net zero? And then we can make the decision of, is that $500,000 that's worth getting a 2% additional energy bump, or we could spend 500,000 or whatever the number is on some other energy related product that will have far greater climate impact than going from code to net zero.
Yes, and I think you'll see in the development agreement, you know, we want to obviously meet net zero energy ready as a requirement of the code, but we would strive to do net zero if we could. And if we can't, we can talk about with the town what the cost differential is and why we're unable to meet it. So yes, we can come back to you with a fuller picture of zero energy ready versus net zero. What I can tell you.
Zero energy ready, that's code.
That is
okay.
What I can tell you right now, and this was like a high level estimate from our general contractor. We believe that that could add $43 a square foot to the cost or another 1.7 million to the overall project. But that's on the hard cost side. We're not quite sure with the engineering and making sure we can actually get the solar capacity we need on that site. So let us come back with a little more detail, but that's kind of back of the napkin
Those are
right
big
now.
numbers.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's a great conversation we should have. Thanks. Is it really easy? That's good.
They saw you coming.
Oh, that one.
So do you want that to talk about the development?
All my thunder is gone. That's okay.
So you guys are, yeah.
If you would leave this slide up, if you wouldn't mind, so we can make reference to it. Lauren made reference to the fact that several things have happened in the last year since having entered into the combined development agreement that dealt with the development of 101 Main and 602 Galena. I want to focus this conversation only on what has happened in 101 Main because that's what we're approving tonight. We'll be back with 602 Galena. All of you know the principal thing that happened with 602 Galena. We had a discussion about it recently. It was financing issues, right? So that agreement needs to change to address those structural financing issues. Essentially, that's what's happening here too. The 101 Main deal really has changed very little. And what is driving the change is two things. Primarily the fact that you see the land banking grant, the $5 million. That was a grant to the town, right? For the town to get that into the project, the town is going to buy the property back from NHP for $5 million and then ground lease it right back to them for a nominal amount. Because the state $5 million grant money must be used for property acquisition. That's the only way for us to put that money into this deal is for us to become the technical legal owners instead of them and to grant back a long-term ground lease. That is really the principal substantive change to this agreement from the old agreement as it relates to 101. The other big difference, not that big a difference, but
when we did the old agreement, we were anticipating the formation of the Frisco Housing Authority, but it hadn't happened yet. It has happened now. Because it has happened, it would be best for purposes of their financing and their LIHTC deal, if the housing authority became a party to this agreement. Says, yes, we are going to come into this, and we are going to, what the agreement says with respect to that is that another entity is going to be formed, right, to develop the project, and the housing authority will take a very minor percentage interest, and that will then enable a tax exemption. So the two things that have happened is we now have a housing authority that can become a formal part of this deal. And just so you know, presuming this is approved on first reading, when it comes back on second reading, council will approve it, but we will have opened up a joint meeting of the housing authority. And then there's gonna be another motion of the housing authority to approve a resolution to approve this deal. So you're gonna need to approve it in two different capacities, but we'll do it as painlessly as possible in one night. So that was the first thing that changed. And then the other, obviously, the $5 million, that the only way to get into this project is for us to buy the property back and lease it back to them. So those are the two changes. Other than that, the agreement is pretty much what it was. It hasn't really changed in terms of unit counts. It's shifted ever so slightly in terms of AMI spreads that have been described to you. It may have shifted ever so slightly in terms of unit mixes, what size, how many of what size units, but all very minor changes that have been described to you. And other than that,
So the only other change was probably taking out some of their timing obligations, because they've already met those along the way with the planning committee and the council.
there was a series of milestones they were to meet in terms of planning that are now irrelevant. They've been met. So there's been some redactions from the agreement, but not really substantive because they're just not necessary anymore. And done.
If we were to fill this gap, not counting if we get something back with some other funding mechanism, you said we were $60,000 a unit?
Yeah, I mean, if you calculate.
No, not you. You didn't say that, but do you
No,
know what that is?
he's pointing at me.
Yeah.
So if you look at both projects together, 602 Galena and 101 West Main, it's 106 units. If you grant this award, we're about $5.5 million into those two projects. So per unit, we're in the $60,000 range.
Right. Okay. That's getting us affordable housing as opposed to, outright buying units for $500,000 and putting one family in there, Yep. That's also partly some of our motivation towards this.
You guys are good and complete? Thad?
Unless anyone has questions.
Any other questions for Thad before we go to public comment?
And I would note that technically the gap funding is the next item on the agenda, but
yeah.
But if you're not going to do that, you might not want to do this either. Okay. They're separate items, but they're pretty tightly related.
Oh, yeah. Thanks you guys for all the information. And with that, I'll open this up to public comment. No public comment in the room, any online? Further council discussion, questions? Perhaps a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the agenda item number 1, first reading ordinance 24-10.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded by Elizabeth. Please call the question.
Aronson,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Kibbe is absent, Allen,
Yes.
Palenko,
Yes.
and Inget.
Yes. Okay, that motion has been motioned and passed. We'll move on to our second item of new business this evening. It's resolution 24-28, a resolution approving town funding award letter for the affordable housing project to be constructed at 101 Main Street. And with that, are we back with that?
Probably, yeah. As has been alluded to, this funding award letter would provide $2 million, 1 million of it in the form of the purchase price for the condominium to be subdivided out of that property. And then another $1 million in the form of a loan. The niceties to be worked out, but the essential terms of the loan are set out. It would be a subordinate deed of trust on the project, interest rate of 3%, term 30 years or upon sale of all or portion of the project, and then cash flow payments or upon resale or refinancing. The additional funding conditions, all of this letter has been put together by Council for the Housing Authority, who has a lot of experience in these sorts of loans and grants. So those are that's the impetus for the various and sundry conditions to the loan. The condo purchase is pretty straightforward. I know we haven't discussed it much, but there is a potential that condominium could be used to meet some obligations we have to the state owed on 602 Galena. So it's not a condo without a hopeful purpose, put it that way. But even if it wasn't used for that purpose, it would be a condo that the town could use or sell as it pleased. The town's ownership. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the award letter or the resolution that adopts it.
Gotcha. Any questions right now? Okay, with that, we'll move on to public comment. No public comment in the room, none online. Okay, we'll close public comment and come back to council for any further discussion or questions.
I'm floored. I sent them the question of what would it cost to eliminate or to go to code. So I sent the question, I didn't know the answer. One is thank you. Two is that changes everything if we have that conversation one way or the other, as far as we may have just pulled them, I just can't believe thank you. So my comment there is, yes, I'm all in favor of what we're doing here, but the numbers may change dramatically now. And as us being last dollars in, that can really change all this. So I look forward to the next conversation.
Great. Any other discussion? Motion?
I move that we pass agenda item number 2, resolution 24-28.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded by Held. Please call the question.
Yes.
Kibbe is absent. Allen,
Yes.
Arrington,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Kalenko,
Yes.
and Skrupchak Adrian.
Yes.
Great. Motion has passed, which we'll then keep moving on into old business. Our third item agenda this evening is the second reading of ordinance 24-8, an ordinance amending the code of ordinances of the town of Frisco, Colorado by amending chapter 53 concerning alcoholic beverage, by amending sections 53-7 concerning the town clerk's investigation of liquor license applications, and by the addition of a new subsection 53-9E, each concerning the removal of distances limitations between certain types of schools and liquor licensed facilities. Make sure there's no more. Oh, and then we'll open up the public hearing and we're back to that.
Second reading, adopted by all members present on first reading. Upon final adoption of this ordinance, there will be no distance limitations between liquor licensed facilities and any other type of facility, school or otherwise. I think I told you last time, state statute specifically expressly authorizes municipalities to reduce or eliminate those distance requirements or to change the categories of uses to which they apply. The town, under state statute, unless a locality does that, reduce or eliminate, the rule is 500 feet. Back in the 80s, the town changed the rule to 250 feet. And I believe the desire now is that it be 0 feet, that there be no such limitations. If there are questions or engaging further discussions to the law.
Thanks, Thad. Questions for Thad? With that, we'll move on to public comment. No public comment in the room, any online? No. Okay, back to council comment and motion.
Mayor, unless someone has a comment. Or, okay, I move to approve the second reading of ordinance 24-08. Do you want the rest of it, Todd?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Please call the question.
Kibbe is absent. Allen,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Palenko,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian,
Yes.
and Held.
Yes. With that, our motion has passed on second reading. And with that, we've cleared out our agenda and maybe we'll have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
All right.
Happy Fourth, everybody.
Thank you.
Ian. Wait for